So, welcome you all. We are so excited to welcome you over here to D.Conference 2025, which is an annual conference of Global Design Thinking Alliance. Today, we are going to meet with the humanity because we believe that design is a kind of a strategic role in our life. So, it's a really long and tough work outcome you are going to see. There are lots of guests, lots of meaningful speech that we are going to listen. But first of all, before the start, I just want you to just stand up for just 1 minute to understand, to just think about we are here due to the end of the lots of people just work for us. That's why I just want to just stand for 1 minute, just a respectful stand, saygı duruşu, just for a while to think and thank to the people who are with us and without us, left us. Just 1 minute, then we are going to start with the protocol welcomes. Thank you. Now we can start the honor of the people, just results of this one. But I want you to invite to stage Rectorate, Levent Kadiller. I don't know, I'm just going to see and through, I don't know. Thank you. Dear Kandiller.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of Yaşar University, I'd like to welcome to the D.Conference 25, where design meets humanity, as you said. It's for good. And I'd like to express, first of all, our gratitude to the foundation and board of trustees of the foundation, as well as board of trustees and members of our board, and the university administration, the municipality, our sponsors, and mainly I'd like to express my gratitude towards to the members of Global Design Thinking Alliance. Actually, without Uri's motivation in contribution of the members, this event has happened, let's say. I hope you're going to enjoy your stay. The first day is a bit boring, like a symposium, and there are panels, but we do have great moderators and speakers. And we're going to save some time for Q&A sessions. But tomorrow it's going to be fun because we're going to have sessions and real discussions about what's going on around here in our ecosystem. All in all, just enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. That's why I just invite you first, sir. Thank you so much. Before the Uli's presentation, also I would like to invite, if it is okay for you, Mrs. Pınar, from the İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, the General Secretary of the İzmir Metropolitan Municipality. Tabii ki de.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Really, it's very honored for me to be here all with you. I want to share our mayor's gratitude to all of you, first of all, really. In Zamana municipality, we give very importance this kind of events, really, especially with this initiative and also design thinking symposiums, really. And I think the conference is the conference plays as Izmir this year carefully considered decision, really. I know that our city will offer extraordinary opportunities for this event, really. The traces of its thousands of, ancient history and stand by its, very initiative manners. It will be very good. Our cultural diversity and also dynamism for the port city will offer, I believe, that the participants many different opportunities, observations. The democratization of the design is, I know, very important. It's in the heart of the, design thinking, and Izmir is, is the democratic capital of the Turkey. So it will be very nice to be in this also manner. In one thing, maybe I can just make it clear, because as we are talking, it is said that human-centered model is very important, but we just make it a little bit extreme. We put One Health strategy in our strategic model. So, it is more than human-centered, also it's somehow planet-centered, really. As we all know, we are in an area of multiple crises. Climate crisis, many other crises, really. Insecurity is growing daily. However, we want a more justice, and we want a more just and sustainable future for all of us, for the present generation and the future generations. But in the pandemic, we just understand the meaning of solidarity again. So I believe that at the moment with this conference, we stand in solidarity. It's very important, really. And also for, as it is mentioned, goodness for the humanity is really important also, really. And we have many good efforts, and as the end of this, and as a result of these efforts, all these efforts, I believe that, as our great master poet Nazım Hikmet said, of those born from earth, fire and sea, the most perfect will be born from us. Thank you very much.
Well, many grateful. Thank you so much, Pınar Hocam. And also, I would like to introduce Uli Weinberg, the head of the Global Design Thinking Alliance, to make a short presentation. And welcome. Which one?
That one? Can I?
Yeah. Can you open the presentation?
Let me just,
just
say some words. Yeah. Good morning, and it's a great pleasure actually to see all of you here, and also people I don't know where here is the camera. People who are online. We have a lot of members who cannot do the travel to Izmir, to Turkey, and they are hopefully online, and it works quite well. So I'm really completely impressed by what you were setting up. Can Güvenir, you are a hero. Please give a big applause. You and your team, you are doing an incredible job. All the welcoming, the hospitality is amazing, and I'm really happy that I was just talking to Charlotte, one of our team members, in the morning. I was saying, wasn't that a good idea 8 years ago when we just thought, hey, why don't we join forces with all those, with a very few actually, at the beginning it was about 10 institutions around the planet to start the Global Design Thinking Alliance. And being here, it is proving that this was a good idea. So thank you very much for coming. And I would like to give a little introduction to design thinking for those of you, who are not very familiar with the GDTA, with design thinking. I don't explain too much about design thinking, but more, let me just switch that, about what we're doing, what they're trying to achieve with the Global Design Thinking Alliance. And I see a lot of members actually being here, which is so fantastic. Who we are, so we started 2017 at the 10th anniversary of the HBI School of Design Thinking, the D School. We were actually hosted in a circus tent at that time. And we were surrounded by 700, 800 people, and then we were saying we start the Global Design Thinking Alliance. And at that time it was, I think, 11 institutions. Now we are a collaboration network with 42 members in 25 countries across 5 continents. And we are so happy that this works. And the interesting fact is that we are still no legal entity. It's just a network of like-minded institutions, and it works so well. We are just thinking about moving into this kind of legal structures and getting to deal with a lot of legal issues. But right now, it works quite well without. And if you look at the map, you see here this kind of a map of innovators all around the planet. And it's mostly academic institutions, mostly institutions who are dealing with students, training professionals with design thinking. There's no kind of agency which is just doing consulting. We're just focusing on institutions who want to train young people or older people as well. Oops. And that was the circus tent when we started. And the vision was to promote design thinking and foster global collaboration in education and innovation. We are living in times right now where global collaboration seems to disappear somehow. And I think we have a chance with the Global Design Thinking Alliance to, at least with our membership, and we want to increase the membership, support politicians, industry people, to not just be against each other, but actually collaborate globally and work for a more peaceful world. Our mission is to enhance the quality and also the innovation in design thinking, education, and research worldwide. Design thinking is not a static thing. It's not something, so our friends at Stanford University, they started the D School 20 years ago. They started with the first ideas of bringing people together, students together from very different disciplines, get them in teamwork, collaborate, work on actual real problems, not just academic ivory tower, no, real problems from the society and from the local issues. And it's constantly renewing. And we are, the Global Design Thinking Alliance, we are a forum. And yesterday we had a meeting with our members, and yes, it is an issue. What is the future of design thinking in times of AI, for example? How does that fit to our approach? The board members, and nearly all of them are here, except Nalin. He had booked the hotel, Nalin from India. He had booked the hotel, booked the flight, but then his visa got canceled 2 days ago. So, but all the others, Richard Paris from South Africa is sitting here. Hoda Mustafa is over there from Egypt. Matt Parkinson from United States is there. Jacob Reeves from Canada I have seen you over there. And Maria Stashenko from Kazakhstan is over there. So I'm so happy that all of you are there. And Nalin is hopefully online also with us. He was yesterday with us. And we are very happy that we have a representative in India. Actually, we have more than one. What we do is we do the annual conference. This is the one you are attending here. Every year we are doing this since 8 years now. We have a monthly online session which we call the Spotlight session. We do quarterly member chats. So we mostly meet online. So that once a year we're saying we need to get together physically. Then we have the global design thinking workshops. We have exchange programs, research collaboration, and also working on a certification or certification programs. So there's a lot of new formats also under development. I like to see the whole community kind of contributing to the global advancement. So how do we further develop the design thinking approach? And the annual conferences you see here, they always have a certain topic. We always discuss at the members meeting, we discuss what is important. What is important? What was last year was important, AI and design thinking. And we did this conference in Potsdam, actually after 7 years, first time in Potsdam again. The year before, at Penn State, we were talking about upskilling the current and future workforce. The year before, in Cape Town, we had our D.Con festival, which is every 5 years, we do a large conference, a 3-day conference. And we call that the D.Con festival with a lot of cultural activities and so on. And there was the space was the topic, the core topic, because the D School in Cape Town was opening the new building, which was actually the first architecture built on the planet just for design thinking purposes. All the others, like the D School Stanford, D School Potsdam, most of the institutions I know of, they are in hacked spaces. So they have to use traditional spaces, learning environments, and change something with that, in order to enhance or to enable people to collaborate and to be fully creative and to co-create things. Most of the traditional learning environments we are seeing right now are not supporting that. And the D School in Cape Town, Hasso Plattner was donating a lot of money, and Richard Paris and Peter Matthews, you can be very proud that you have that facility now. And it's an amazing building. For all of you who have a chance to go there, just go there and see how and why space matters. Because if you enter the building, you are in a different world. And the different world is not an old one. It's actually the world as it should look like everywhere. And so I don't want to go through the others, but actually see up here, this year, we were discussing also together with Chan and the board. We were discussing what is the topic. And listening to all those bad news every day. Yesterday checked the news, and like every day I checking the news, and the majority is not very positive. And we were saying, let's dedicate the 2 days here to the good. So how can we design, what can design thinking contribute to make the world a good world, a better world? And I'm really curious about the presentations, the inputs, and the panels, and tomorrow, the workshops, the interactive workshops, and the outcomes will be great, I'm pretty sure. And I hope that these 2 days will do something not only to the community of learners, to the educators, to Yaşar University or to Izmir, but actually spread the world way farther, to other continents and to other countries and to institutions. And if you look at the map here, and we zoom in a little bit further, you see here the red dot. It's hard to see the borders. Fortunately, that map doesn't have borders. It just is a great thing indicating there are humans living around. And we have the colored dots, and Yaşar University is right now the only institution in whole Turkey to be a member of the Global Design Thinking Alliance. Interestingly enough, I was in touch with several universities in Istanbul, in Ankara. About 10 years ago, I did lots of visits. People were visiting us. And then, how long was it? When did you join? 2019? 21? You were saying, let's start something. And I'm really happy that you were the first. And you are probably inspiring other universities. I hope there are some representatives here as well to think about that and also to join our alliance. And I'm really impressed what you were setting up here, and I'm really looking forward to 2 days full of design thinking thoughts, full of innovation, full of creativity, full of cooperation with each other, and I hope we get interactivity on all levels. Thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to 2 days of D.Conference in Izmir at Yaşar University. Thanks to all of you here in the front, the leaders of the university, of the holding, and also a municipality to support us to do this kind, to make this as a great event as we would love to see it. Thank you very much and enjoy the 2 days.
Thank you, Lee. So, we are on track a little bit, but now we can start. We can start the talks, we can start the panels, we can start the discussions, but there is something we have to do first with Maria Jose. Please come here. Just for a little warm-up, just to energize a little bit, then we can continue with Sean.
All right, everyone. So in the spirit of design thinking, I will ask you to stand up, please. Why do we do this? Because we want to get energized and because we probably don't know a lot of people in the room, but I hope after this warm-up you get a little bit of energy and you also get into the move because you're going to get a lot of different inputs today. So let's stay energized. Yay! Okay. First thing I'm going to ask you, and I ask if I say something you don't understand, maybe the people who speak English can translate to the people next to each other. So let's help each other here. First thing I'm going to ask you is, please walk around. If you don't have space, no problem. Just walk a little bit. Just try to move your body. Walk. And then stop. Acknowledge each other. Maybe see the person in front of you you have never saw before. Who's this person? They have a tag, a name tag. Now you maybe can recognize them later. All right. Keep walking. Walk. Walk more. Walk a little bit. And see more people. Stop. Okay, that's good. Seems like you got it. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of spice up. You know, I come from Mexico and we love dancing. So dance. Dance a little bit. Show me your best move. Dance, dance. I want to see you dance. Okay, and now please say your name aloud. Say your name. Maria Jose. Okay, after this, I think we all know who we are. Again, dance. Say your name. Walk. Stop. Okay, I have 2 more. Little jump is good for you, cardio. Jump. Just a little jump. Very good, you got it. And clap. Seems like you all got it. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat everything again. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Give me your best dance. Jump a little bit. Clap. Okay, so because we want to play a little bit with our minds and see if you are really awake, I'm going to change everything now. So when I say walk, you will stop. Okay, so let's try. Stop. And when I say walk, you will stop. And when I say stop, you will walk. So stop. Walk. Okay, so when I say dance, you will say your name. So say your name. And when I say your name, you will dance. Say your name. Thank you for the music. Okay, and dance. Say your name. Okay, and the last one, when I say clap, you will jump. So clap, jump, clap, jump, stop, say your name, dance. Yes, you got it. All right, so jump, jump, jump, jump, jump, jump. Bravo! Yes, you got it. So this is a little bit of a warm-up. You can try it in your institutions whenever your students are falling asleep. You just do a little warm-up, and then hopefully you're going to be energized. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria. And now I would like to introduce Sean Carney, the co-founder and the trustee of Design for Good, Design and Innovation Advisor and board member, former CDO and EVP Philips. Yes.
Not a good start, so. Well, great to be here, and thank you for that. That was great to get moving, and I needed the caffeine, but that was even better, so thank you. So I'm a substitute. Our CEO of Design for Good unfortunately wasn't able to make it, so I've been asked to stand in as one of the trustees and co-founders of Design for Good. So I'll do my very best to explain who we are and what we're doing, and why I'm excited to be here, because I think, as Uli said, there's a huge opportunity out here for design communities around the world to come together to do good. We're making a start with Design for Good, but I think combining these efforts with GDTA is only going to help accelerate some of these things. So please forgive me as I read some of my presentation. That's not what I like to do, but these are Cecilia's slide, our CEO slides, so I'll do my best. Could we put my slides up? Is that possible? Okay. Just a second. Great. So we loved the conference naming, by the way. When we saw this, we got very excited. So we are a global alliance that we founded about 2.5, 3 years ago now, where we bring together large corporates who want to meet their CSG and ESG type of objectives, but really have been struggling to do that and do that at scale. So I'm going to explain a little bit how that came to be, but before I do that, I'm going to just sort of start with a brief introduction to myself. So I'm 35 years now in the design profession. God, that makes me feel old. But I started life as an industrial designer, still am an industrial designer. I like physical products. I love the digital world and the connectivity, but I still love objects that hurt when they fall on your toe. So that's a confession up front. These are some of the brands that I've worked with. I've led design for Electrolux, Assa Abloy, I was VP of Innovation, HP, based in California. I pulled together their design organization, their design team. Got to work with the likes of Tim Brown and Bob Muggeridge and IDEO and all the greats there around design thinking. That was where my real journey of design thinking began, with Tim, in fact, and collaborating with the D School. And we commissioned IDEO at the time to actually build our design thinking practice that we could embed within our design processes at HP and do that at scale. I stole a lot of that IDEO material and took it with me to Philips, where I became the Chief Design Officer and Executive Vice President. And we deployed it at scale to train more than 30,000 people in design thinking across the Philips organization. I'll come back on that in a moment. And now, most recently, I left Philips a couple of years ago, and I'm a trustee and founder of Design for Good, of course, but my day job, my paid job, is with a company not too far away from here, Pasha Holdings in Azerbaijan, in Baku, where I'm an advisor to the CEO of the holding company, and I chair the innovation board there as well, helping establish new ways to innovate. And we've built something called the Future Lab up there. So again, I think there's opportunities to collaborate in the region because we're really desperately looking for design capabilities that are in the region, and we find that quite difficult to recruit at the moment. So if you know service designers, UX, UI designers, we really need them up in Baku as well. I'm also part of an alliance called Group of Humans, and this is a community of, funnily you mentioned space. We have astronauts, we have NASA engineers in there. One of our big projects right now is the next moon landing, where we're putting vehicles on the moon, so we're helping with that. And working with rock stars and musicians to position them and brand them, and then driving innovation in different ways. And then I work with a friend of yours, Simona Rocchi at CIID in Copenhagen Institute of Design, in Bergamo now, Italy, strangely. But we're doing some projects together there as well. So that's keeping me busy. That's paying for my son's tennis lessons. But that's what I do when I'm not doing Design for Good. So to start, some of the things which have really influenced my journey in design. So going back to the early days, Victor Papanek, I think you've probably all seen this book. If you haven't, I highly commend it. I think it's maybe 30 years now since he wrote that, or even longer. But he was talking about the very topics we're talking about today, talking about the meaning of products, the way in which design should be influencing society, making sure that we weren't just littering the world with new products, that the products we designed, that we created, actually delivered value, not only to the user, but to the world and society as a whole. So that was some initial thinking from Victor. Then, of course, you're going to hear later on from Srini and from Don Norman. So I've actually got some original copies of Don's very first editions, but I've become a friend of Don's over the years. So, you know, he came to visit me at Philips and was kind enough to spend 2 days with us talking about his practices. And, you know, we almost crossed paths at HP when he was at HP as well. But, you know, Don's kind of enlightenment, if you like, has come over the last 4 or 5 years, where he said, you know, he pushed human-centered design. He thought human-centered design was it. And then he kind of realized we cannot just look at the human. We need to look at the world as a whole. We've got scarce resources on the planet. We really need to be considering the often unintended consequences of the things that we're designing. And this was a light bulb moment for me as well. You know, we stood together in my design studio in Eindhoven, and we talked in detail about this with our team. And this sparked a lot of great conversations about the bigger role corporate designers should be playing, our moral responsibility to also influence strategy at the C-suite. And that came bouncing back to me because I was on the C-suite at Philips. I was there in the room with the CEO, the CFO, head of operations, and so on. So I had to find ways in which now I could move the strategy, direct the strategy towards doing good. Now, going back a little bit further, this other paper is something I would highly recommend you look for. It's a Harvard Business Review article by Dorothy Leonard, and it talks about empathic design. And it's a beautifully written article, very concise in the way Harvard published these kind of articles. But again, it talks about looking at the human need, looking at not only the functional need, but the emotional need, the emotional trigger. How does this product, this experience, this service make you feel? And again, for me, this really shaped the way I was thinking about experience design as a whole, rather than purely just focusing on the physical product. And I stole this from the Interaction Design Foundation, but you know, this is the empathic approach, and I think this is what the world needs more than ever right now, is an understanding of how people are interacting, understanding their feelings, but understanding context of use. When we talk to corporations, they often talk about global scale, global impact. But what they mean is we've got this product and we're selling it in North America or we're selling it in Germany or France, and we want to take it and plant it into other markets. But what they miss there is what is the local need, what is the local context, what is the local reality? And we see this all too often, even with the philanthropic efforts of large corporations. Too often I've been in Africa, and Richard will see this all the time, I'm sure, at the D School in Cape Town. But big corporations come in and they say, we're going to do good in Africa, and we're going to donate some equipment. I've been working in healthcare for the last 15 years or so. And the number of dusty old ambulances I've seen at the back of a village where flat tires, no fuel, the services didn't work, or an MRI, a CT machine, that if they turn it on, they basically take the power from the whole neighborhood and the thing can't work. So somebody in the corporate world says, yes, tick the box. Look what we donated to Africa. They get lots of PR shots, lots of beautiful images of African children crowded around their CT machine or their MRI. But did it improve lives? No. It was a PR stunt only. And that's not acceptable anymore. We need to be better. We need to do more. So this empathic approach, understanding context, understanding real needs, understanding context, is an important part of what we do. I put this up just because I'm really proud of, this is when I said I stole from IDEO, the design thinking practice. This is how I re-graphicked it and made it our own within Philips. So this was our co-create approach. And the branding was important there. You know, the CEO said to me, I kind of read a lot about design thinking. All my peers, my other CEOs are talking about it more and more. Do we do this? Are we doing it? How do we scale this? Now at Philips, we were blessed in some ways that we had, this year is 100 years of design at Philips. So we had a long legacy of design being a core function within the company. But that also came with some negative sides as well, because design was seen as a bit of an ivory tower. Oh, they do their thing, but it's not related to our business. You know, they're doing a lot of future work, a lot of exploratory work, but it doesn't result in products we can sell. So my job day one, joining Philips, the commission from the CEO was embed design within the businesses, make sure it's generating impact, make sure it's delivering value, and make sure that we lift the innovation capabilities of the company as a whole. So to avoid that design thinking became just a design functional approach, we renamed it co-create. And so in the end, we had every function in the business working with co-create as an approach, and that's from the innovation people, as you would expect, but right the way through to key account management and sales, and even operations. And I think the real aha moment came when the chief HR officer invited me to run a design thinking sessions with the HR community to rethink employee engagement and employee experience. And then we knew we were getting the message through. So we broke the barriers and democratized design thinking. Now there's a caveat there, there's a warning. So it's great that everybody understands design thinking, but design thinking without designers is a dangerous activity because you can very quickly lose credibility for the approach. As we know, all of you know, I'm sure very well, diversity of thought in the room is essential to getting a good creative output. So having your chief financial officer, your head of HR, your head of operations, some salespeople, some service people in the room, they're all going to have their own baggage, their own experience, their own lived experiences, and they're going to contribute to the ideas in different ways. But the designer's role in there is to connect the dots, to see opportunities, to provoke, to question, to be inquisitive, and to drive that creative synthesis of all those different perspectives. And through doing that, we get unexpected outcomes. We get the linear approach of thinking doesn't happen. You get this divergent approach, and then you get a richer end result. So that's why it's important to have people in there. Now, I walked past, we had a great facility, a design thinking style facility in Eindhoven with lots of workshop spaces. And I would take a walk through in the mornings to take a look at which workshops were going on and who was in there. And if I didn't see a designer in the room, I would go grab somebody from the studio and pull them in and push them through the door to help and to try and facilitate to move this forwards. But it's if you don't do that, then you can very quickly run out of space. So, you know, large corporations are increasingly starting to look at trying to find meaning, and they've got their CSG and ESG that they report to shareholders. This is some work we were doing, and I had a couple of great design strategists, design thinkers in my team, Rion Brand and Simona Rocchi, if any of you know them. I can also share a fantastic paper they wrote about designing with purpose, which covers a lot of the topics that we're going to be covering the next 2 days. I can highly recommend it. But Simona and Rion came up with a number of methods and approaches of looking at these kind of spaces where we could add value. But what it was trying to do is also tell us that as an organization, as a design function, as an innovation capability, we really needed to start thinking differently and moving from our singular focus on products into more systems thinking, building out ecosystems, thinking about not only physical product and digital products, but services and aftercare, for instance, and also understanding that in some cases, your business, your enterprise will be at the center of an ecosystem. In other cases, it will be a participant in somebody else's ecosystem. So reconciling business models and finding ways in which we could translate that. Moving from value chains, which is the traditional way of looking at, to value networks, where there'll be losers, people who are acquiring customers or engaging people, and others who are benefiting and profiting from it. So I won't spend too much time on this, but it gives you some idea. I can share these slides afterwards so you can get a bit more insight into this. But as a couple of people already said on the introductions this morning, we're really living in a worrying time at the moment. You know, we've got state-based armed conflicts going on. We've got misinformation, disinformation, and of course, environmental risks are becoming more and more evident to us. Extreme weather events, ecosystems collapsing at a local level. So, and the population as a whole is really confronted with these socioeconomic and environmental challenges that are threatening quality of life for many people. This isn't an Africa thing. This isn't an emerging economy thing, an India or Indonesia. This is for all of us. And, you know, access to clean water, energy, food scarcity, food quality, poverty, inequality, pandemic diseases, access to healthcare, all of these things are increasing rather than diminishing at the moment. So it becomes essential that we now put a collective, that we now come together as a collective to start to find solutions for this. So obviously 10 years ago, the United Nations put together this, the SDGs. And the target was to show significant progress on addressing these needs by 2030. Yeah, that's 5 years away. I don't think it will come as a surprise to too many of you that we're off track, significantly off track. Only about 35% of the SDGs are on target or showing moderate progress. 50% are moving too slowly, and 18% are actually going backwards at the moment. There's a lot of reasons, of course. We can find a million excuses as to why this is happening. But it's becoming really, really clear and evident that we need to completely rethink our approach if we're really going to make any progress here. And I think also we know that hope is not a strategy when it comes to thinking about, well, governments have the responsibility, politicians are going to change this. It isn't going to happen, not without our intervention here. You know, policy alone just isn't moving the needle. So we need to find new ways. And I think as a function, as a global alliance, the GDTA can play a significant role. Organizations like the Don Norman Awards and Design Thinking can, Good Design for Good can also help here as well. Now, corporations were supposed to pick up the mantle and help drive these SDGs. That was the big idea, that the large corporates would embed these SDGs in their strategy, and then we would see significant progress. again, that's not really happening at scale. They are, a lot of them, paying lip service to this. You'll see it filed in their annual reports that they're showing progress here, but it's not happening at the scale and definitely not delivering the impact that we wanted. So according to a 2016 report now, I'm going to go back a bit, but the Business and Sustainable Development Commission anticipated that the SDGs would open new markets worth up to 12 trillion US dollars and create up to 380 million new jobs by 2030. That, again, if we're off track with the goals, then those jobs are not going to happen, that value is not going to be created. So there's a huge economic disadvantage to not delivering on these goals as well. And to get the attention of the corporates, we put this together, which is kind of, and we were a healthcare company, that's why the blue is called out specifically here. But food, agriculture, cities, energy and materials, health and well-being, and you can see all the different opportunity spaces within there for corporates to engage with and drive new value, drive new business. And these are a critical part. But again, what we found at Philips was we would do a project in an emerging economy like Indonesia or perhaps in Kenya or Dominican Republic. And the feedback we got from the businesses was, yes, it's a nice pet project, but it's never going to scale. Why would I invest? Because this isn't going to keep my shareholders happy down the line. So we did some thinking around that, and we came up with this concept called value amplification. And the whole spirit of this is very much in line with the spirit of design thinking, with an MVP approach or a minimum lovable approach, minimum lovable product approach. Plant a few seeds, nurture those seeds, and then you can grow them into something more substantial down the line. So we had two axes that we were proposing on this. One was a thematic amplification, and the other was a contextual and geographical application. And the thematic amplification was where you pick a societal need, you pick an opportunity space, and then you grow that exponentially across larger themes, across the local portfolio, local context. And then the contextual, you've tried an idea perhaps in Kenya or Dominican Republic, and then you try it in a neighboring country or in a different culture. To put a little bit more meat on the bone here. So here's a project we did, which was looking at high-risk pregnancies and mother and child care. The topic was mother and child care. So too many women dying in childbirth, too many babies born dead, premature births were on the increase. And so we said, what can we do about that? We created a number of solutions around education, around guiding midwives to look out for early warning signals, even a product called the double-headed fetoscope that allowed you to listen to the fetus. And we got good results from that. It landed very well. So we then started to think about, well, what if we take this into a broader theme and we looked at family health and well-being, and then from family health and well-being, we went to community health and development. And there were product opportunities all the way through that. So that was starting with a small theme around maternal care, pregnancy, and then scaling it across the region. Then we also said, well, if we've got people with these needs in this country, in this continent, surely similar needs would exist elsewhere. And of course they do. So there are high-risk pregnancies in India, in Indonesia, in Borneo. And so we took the same concepts, the same products, the same ideas, contextualized them for those areas, and then amplified the message there. And in fact, where it gets interesting is, not only is this for emerging economies, we created a business opportunity out of this in North America. Because guess what? The mortality rate of pregnant women and infants in some of the big cities in North America is worse than it is in some of the cities in Africa. That's the flaw in the healthcare systems in North America. So we were able to create services and then sell them there. So suddenly this is becoming interesting from a corporate perspective. So then coming finally to Design for Good. So every year we would get a group of chief design officers from a number of companies to come together and just talk about our lives, our careers, our challenges, the things that we wanted to achieve with our roles and our goals. And during one of those discussions, we talked about some of the slides I've just shared. And a few of the chief design officers expressed interest in doing more of that kind of work. A lot of them said, well, we just don't have the funding, I'll never get the support, I don't have the capability, I don't have the knowledge inside my company to do that. So we said, well, why don't we team up? Why don't we come together and form an alliance that can start to find ways to impact the UN Sustainable Development Goals in a positive way? And so Design for Good was born. Now these are some of the founding members. There were 10 initially. We're now up to 15, 16, and we've got 3 or 4 more kind of in the waiting room ready to come on board. But all of them brought with them a lot of capability, a lot of knowledge from their own particular sector. But again, as you know from a design thinking perspective, when you mix sector experiences and capabilities together, you get better outputs. One thing that I was very keen to do from the beginning, though, is not just put this into a series of corporate hackathons. All too often, designers want to work on these topics, want to do meaningful, impactful work, improve lives. And so what do? We set up a hackathon challenge, and we'll do 2 days, weekend, pizza and free beer, and people will spend 2 days coming together to create solutions. But what happens to those? We do a presentation to maybe a few managers who've been asked to turn up on the Monday morning, but we don't go anywhere with it. So the ideas that have come out sit on the shelf and don't improve anybody's life. And I referred to this as design theatre. And so I said, from the very beginning, if we're going to do this, if we're going to form an alliance, let's not be guilty of just having another design theatre where designers feel good, but no lives are improved. So we formed this. This is our mission statement. So we mobilize a global alliance to create lasting and, importantly, measurable impact for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And this is on a scale that we could only achieve by collaborating on a global basis. And what's important for me here is that this is SDG 17, and if you have a look at SDG 17, this is about partnerships to come together to solve the problems. Everybody wants to do it, but nobody was really doing it at scale. And what we've been able to do is actually bring companies together, competitors like Nestle and General Mills, coming together to deliver solutions. So we have some guiding principles on how we work. Uli, these are going to look very familiar. There's a lot of crossover with what you shared earlier. We always design alongside a development organization and a community on the ground. It's important that we aren't sitting there in Switzerland or London or in New York and thinking about solutions without understanding context. So we always have people on the ground that we can partner with to make sure we're doing the right things, addressing the right challenges. And ensuring also that we build cross-functional teams from a diverse and eclectic range of corporations. So having somebody whose day job is designing chocolate bars, perhaps sitting alongside somebody who's doing next-generation Airbus aircraft. I mean, there's diversity in their everyday life, and when you put them together, they share experiences, share knowledge, and you get more creative output from them. So pulling that together is a really important part of what we do. So training, we understood very early on that while some companies had had the bandwidth and the privilege of being able to invest in building capability in this space, at Philips I was fortunate to be in a company that did that, not all teams had that bandwidth, had that capability, had the budget. And so we said we need to train people in how to design for social and environmental impact. So we've been, I'll talk about how we've done that. And open source. Now, this is a really sticking point. If we're going to impact society at scale, if we're really going to improve lives at scale, we can't be holding on to IP licenses and then trying to monetize that. So we said we're going to make this free to the development organization we partner with, and then they're free to go scale this. Guess what? corporate lawyers suddenly get very, very itchy when you start to talk in these terms. So unfortunately, you probably noticed there aren't too many West Coast California IT companies in the mix, because we could not get past their lawyers, because they could not get out of their head that we might create something that would impact their intellectual property. And we went round the houses a number of times. We had fashion brands, clothing brands, sports brands, you can probably guess who they are, also pull out because their lawyers couldn't get out of the way on this. But we did get Airbus, PepsiCo, General Mills, and other big corporations. So it was just in the mindset there. But it's a really important part of what we do, that we don't own anything at the end of the process. The NGOs, the development organizations, take ownership of the IP. And then implementation. So again, I don't want any ideas sitting on a shelf. They've got to go implement these in the real world. And what we ask, Srini was asking earlier, well, aren't you guys just corporate consultants? No, we are not consultants. What we do is we approach a large enterprise, an organization like a PepsiCo, for instance, or a General Mills, and we say, we want you to give us access to your design talent, your design teams. Now, they vary in size. In some cases, it's thousands. In some cases, it's 10 or 20. But we need a minimum of 5 days a year of their time committed to supporting our goals, our projects. In reality, you know designers, very few have ever only worked 5 days. They'll work evenings, they'll work weekends, they'll take their holidays, their paid vacation, and they will overcommit to doing this work. But what we ask is that the company gives them paid days that they can work on the project, so 5 days. We do ask them to make an annual contribution to helping us run this. So we get some money in to run IT, back office, and websites and things. And then the IP policy, which, as I said, can be a sticking point for many. And what we give back is this. So training and coaching. I'll talk in a moment about more detail on this. But we early on partnered with the Royal College of Art in London, the RCA. Nick de Leon, I think many of you know Nick, is part of the trustee and board. And Nick was kind enough to help then facilitate setting up the Royal College of Art Design for Good Academy. So in there, we have access to all the RCA world-class experts, their alumni, and then we supplement that, complement that with the CDOs and design leaders from within the Alliance members, partners. So we really get this sort of rich faculty of people who can help drive and lift the capabilities for these. At the end of that, the students get a certificate of the Royal College of Art, Design for Good, and can take that back into their day jobs as well. Real world impact. So what we've seen is companies like Nestle and PepsiCo take some of the projects and also talk about the contribution they made to this, because they can see that we're delivering real world impact here. So they can claim to have been a part of that as well. It helps with employee retention because your designers feel a bond to other professionals. They get exposure to companies they wouldn't typically have been speaking to. And they feel that they're contributing to a better world as well. And we can also help in securing the corporate design team's budgets, because we can invite their leaders along to participate in some of these activities. And we're seeing that increasingly. The head of corporate social responsibility, the head of foundation, the head of HR, and other parts of the businesses are coming increasingly to join some of the projects. Some of the alliance numbers, we've got 15 right now. We've delivered 27 projects so far, and we continue to scale this. And we're working across 30 different countries right now. Our focus is always on, we operate in a 2-year cycle. The first year being around contextual research, design, and development. And the second year is then deployment. So delivering this at scale into to make sure that it can land and deliver the impact that we want. We chose initially to start with water, clean water and sanitation, SDG 6, and now we've moved on to SDG 4, education. This is effectively the approach. We design, co-create with development organizations and the affected communities to create these open source services and products. We partner always with NGOs and DevOrgs to implement and focus on creating lasting impact there. And we make sure that we hold ourselves accountable by tracking the impact. So we work and partner with the UN on this to make sure that we can measure the impact that we're delivering. And we've got a series of tools now that we've been developing, also with the Design Academy, to make sure that we can do this. These are some of the DevOrgs that we are already working with around the world. And this is the global footprint as it stands at the moment, with the projects which are live or being implemented around SDG 6 and SDG 4 in different parts of the world. So it's very much a global perspective at the moment. Although you can see South America, we're a little bit thin on the ground at the moment. So anybody from Brazil or anywhere, that we'd be keen to do some work there. So going back for a moment on SDG 6, so this is about ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation, achieving universal access to safe and affordable drinking water, ending open defecation and providing adequate sanitation and hygiene, reducing pollution and improving water use efficiency and sustainable water management. And again, it seems really crazy, but despite a lot of progress, efforts are falling short of the 2030 goal here. And billions of people are still lacking access to safely managed water and sanitation. So according to the United Nations, 3.5 billion people, in fact, still lack this access to sanitation. One of the ways in which we've been able to make progress is early on we identified we wanted people from the UN to co-create this with us. And we were very fortunate we got Alvaro, who is the chair of the UN Water, to join us in this quest. And Alvaro was able to make a lot of connections very quickly and help us accelerate the impact here as well. So one of the first projects was actually in Ghana. And this is our first year of operations, so we're learning as we're doing here as well. And this was a team we called the Clean Team Ghana. And it was basically looking at providing a service of portable toilets for use by people in their own homes. And here we had Nestle, Philips, Royal College of Art, and Lloyds Bank people participating in this to design a service that improved the customer experience, made sure the support staff were trained, and created new digital tools to manage the service. So a lot of service design as well as product and interaction design on this. It's a really beautifully simple solution. It's a chemical type toilet, but now engineered with a removable capsule, so you don't have this thing smelling inside the home. It minimizes the smell and reduces the risk of disease transmission. This is already estimated to have saved up to around 35 lives in the first year. And this is about stopping the spread of communicable diseases in the community. So I have a little video of somebody who is a user of one of these. Na sa toilet ya one wo kwan eba no a wonu be ma wo kasa be na mtwetwe ho e chi ne mu mfa so mu se boa me pa che se fa se na mintimi nante. So he was a gentleman who couldn't go out to the toilet. He would end up using a bucket or something, so it was very difficult for him. This transformed his life. This truly transformed his life. And there's many more stories like that. We do have a website with a lot more of detail around all of these, so I can share that with you afterwards as well. And so far, we've deployed about 1,800 of these, which means about 7,000 lives improved. And the calculation from the Clean Team is that this is 43 lives saved so far. And we're now looking at spreading this into other locations, other countries as well. So the next challenge was around educating schoolgirls around menstrual health in Tanzania. And this is a real issue. And you said, well, what has that got to do with sanitation and water. Well, the problem was also relating to education as well, because it's calculated that these schoolgirls are missing approximately 4 to 6 weeks a year of schooling because they cannot go to school for lack of sanitary products here. So we partnered with her Best Foot Forward Fund to find ways in which we could support schoolgirls around that menstruation, around menstrual health. And we, again, team from Nedbank, Nestle, and RCA came together to create a series of assets that could be used for teaching and education in the schools. And it's all based around a very relatable central sister story. And the nice thing is we've been able to deploy this not only to girls, but also educate boys and young men about what's going on with menstrual health as well. So you can see some of this in action here. I don't think there was a sound on this one. You can see some of the materials in use in Tanzania, but to date we've deployed this around 12 schools in the Arusha region. We're creating new materials as we go. It's about 4,000 girls to date have been educated here. Plans are already in place for further 15,000 through the rest of this year. We're open sourcing this through the NGO Global Learning for Sustainability. And we're going to be delivering a menstrual health education and training program that will then be deployed across Uganda and other countries in Central and Western Africa as well. And this is obviously a great candidate for that global amplification again. So we can take this to other markets, other countries as well. So the need exists everywhere. Again, simple solutions, small ones that we can get started with that improve quality of life. So this one is around teaching children safe and hygienic hand washing. It's still kind of really strange to think, but many children growing up in developing countries lack an understanding of the simple things they can do to protect themselves against deadly germ transmission. We decided to work together with finding solutions on this. And so we partnered with the WASH Foundation, and this was to help school children by adding fun lessons around hand washing and personal hygiene into the education curriculums. We worked in the Dominican Republic on this, and when we started out, only 30% of students recognized in the Dominican Republic the importance of hand washing. The Design for Good team then partnered with this WASH Foundation, who really helped us deploy this at scale. And we developed Project Boo. And this is a biodegradable, universally understandable flipbook that helps communicate the simple principles of how to wash your hands properly in a fun way for children between the ages of 5 and 7. So as you saw there, we've also started to now build digital assets which can allow this to be further deployed. Of course, not many children of that age in that region have access to that, but by creating these online assets, we can also spread the word globally as well. So that's all part of the process, so this kind of global amplification. So as we came into come to the second half of 2025, 120,000 children now have been exposed to this, and we've got plans to continue scaling that both within the Dominican Republic and across the region going into 2026. The other one that we did was in Kenya, and this was around mangroves. So very diverse topics, as I said. So mangroves are an extremely vital part of any ecosystem. They not only provide coastal protection by buffering against waves and storms and tsunamis, but they're also a safe haven for fish and wildlife as well. And so we wanted to look at how we could help conserve rapidly shrinking mangrove swamps in Kenya, which would also protect the local food ecosystem, the fisheries as well, since they are an important breeding ground. So designers, again, from Nestle, Lloyds Bank, McKinsey, came together with a focus on protecting these mangroves. And early on, we found this wonderful group called the Munje Tsunasararo Women's Group, who had actually, it was a local community who come together. They recognized that the mangrove swamps were depleting, and they wanted to do something about it. So they'd taken it upon themselves to restore the mangroves and create a sustainable future for their community, which would also improve the local economy.
Team 140, in partnership with CES and supported by Sea Trees, is joining forces with the Munje women to plant mangrove trees covering over 60 hectares. Meet the Munje Women's Group, a dedicated team committed to reviving the forest. The Fancy Islands mangrove forest is disappearing, endangering the community and the ecosystem. Our project combines fundraising, marketing, and sustainable tourism, creating a scalable and cost-effective solution. Together, we are creating a unique tourist experience, allowing visitors to participate in mangrove planting and exploring the Munje women's beehives. The revenue generated will fund activities to plant the remaining 60 hectares and a boardwalk as an alternative source of income for the Munje community.
Save mangroves, save lives!
Team 140 in partnership.
So we worked with a couple of NGOs, Sea Trees and Cordio, to make sure that we could provide support to these to this wonderful community group. And in doing that, we've helped build portals, websites, communication assets to make sure that they're getting the support they need in order that the community understands why this is happening and how they're going to drive impact and why it's good for the local community there as well. And it's stimulated a lot of interest also globally. As you know, mangroves are around the world, so we've also seen projects now spin up in India and Bangladesh. And the team in Bangladesh have taken a more life-centered approach to creating these solutions and even creating non-human personas. So looking at how does the tree feel? How do the fish feel? How do the crabs feel as we build all this out? And that gives you a very different perspective when you're creating solutions for this as well. So finally, we're going to now just talk for a few minutes about quality education. So last year we kicked off our quality education cycle. And this is about enabling access to education, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for everyone. As with the previous project, we were fortunate to get a UN person along. In this case, we were able to get Valtenesia, who's the Chief of Education at UNESCO. And he's been along to quite a few of our board meetings, and he's been very engaged in this topic. And he did warn us early on, this is a complex topic and very difficult to kind of break it down into manageable chunks. So we were able to pull our team together, and with the help of one of my old colleagues from Philips, Simona Rocchi, we're able to synthesize all of these different parts of the SDG and start to come up with these macro themes. So these are the macro themes that the teams have now been deployed to work on. So caring and resilient citizens, the learning leap, healthy habits, and truth and trust. And particularly that truth and trust, I think that's more relevant today than it's ever been. You know, this is about equipping individuals to really discern false information and stimulate their diligence in seeking information validation as well. And given what's happening in the world as we speak, you know, maybe make it, foster a culture that really values integrity and truth as well. So I'm going to show a little bit about what's going on. So these are some of the projects. Again, on the website, you can click on these and go into a lot more detail. And it shows you the macro themes that they're working on and what we're doing. So for this one, it's called Play It Forward, we were working with the Tide Foundation, which is a non-profit philanthropic organization dedicated to advancing social justice. And their request was, how can we create a playful learning and engagement process to cultivate awareness about social and environmental justice among students? So the team came together and they're basically building a card-based gamified solution that will help drive the engagement with the students and support the teaching staff with creative ways to ensure the key messages are landed. Another project came in from Children in Crossfire. This is an NGO that aims to eradicate poverty and help children in war zones. And we're helping teachers there to create customizable lessons for effective play-based learning with pre-primary school children. And this enables the teachers to create and share lessons in conflict areas and war zones as well, often in difficult circumstances. And then this one about pursuing truth and trust. Given everything that's going on in the world right now, this is extremely important, as I think we all recognize. And this is a physical and digital card game, story-driven gameplay. Young people are asked to debunk misinformation and defeat villains by identifying which manipulation tactic is being used to spread fake news, making media literacy active, fun, and really memorable for these. And it's really equipping people with these critical skills to discern that misinformation. We've also creating a game room experience where people work in small groups to test their skills and identify online news and make sure they can identify the truth there. So some of the impact we've gained, I won't spend too much time on this, you can see for yourself. This is 2 years in, going into our 3rd year. So we're starting to see this ramp as we go. And this is all measurable, provable impact. And I mentioned the Design for Good Academy. Again, we've brought together some of the best thinking from the Royal College of Art. Graduates from this will get a certificate they can put into their LinkedIn profile, onto their CV, and show that they are now qualified and equipped with the tools and approaches to design for good. Some testimonials from students, and a plea. So in October, we're starting the process of beginning our next challenge. This time we've decided to pull together 2. So SDG 3 and SDG 13, climate action. Because we really believe that these 2 are tightly linked. If we're going to get access to healthcare for everybody, we must do it in a sustainable manner, in a manner that doesn't impact the environment. And healthcare, right now, believe it or not, is one of the biggest detractors from the ecology, from the environment. So as we grow access to healthcare, we don't want to have unintended consequences that we create environmental problems and issues in the countries. So we're pulling these 2 together. So we're starting the call right now to look for partners who can help us develop and deploy solutions to meet the needs of these 2 SDGs. So I hope we can partner with the Don Norman Awards and with the GTDA and others, and the university here would be very welcome to join us as well. But we really hope that as we move forward to 2030, we can continue to show impact from how we've approached addressing the SDGs. Sorry, that was longer than I'd anticipated, but thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions either now, or later on if I'll be around for the next 2 days, so I'll be here.
Thank you, Sean. Give a big applause. If you have questions, we can get, but also Sean will be with us during these 2 days. You can grab him for collaboration and projects. It's really inspiring from an industrial designer to this perspective to just helping for good to all the community, to the world.
I cleaned the oil from my fingernails before I came. So.
It's a dirty work. So thank you so much. Really, thank you so much. Sean, and during the day, we are going to ask you some questions. Also, when Don will come at us, we will be with you as well. But for now, probably after 15 minutes of break, we are going to continue with the panel, the first panel. And you will see there are too many sweet desserts, coffee, and energizer for you to just recharge your battery for the panels. See you then. We are going to call you back.
Okay.
Now, I think it's already done, and I'm just going to hand over to Uli for the first panel's moderator, and they are just talking about the transitions and transfers. Thank you, Uli. I think it's your turn.
I think I can use that microphone?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me find this place here. I do this. Yeah, thank you very much for joining and leaving the sweets behind. I know it's very tempting, Turkish sweets. I love them. But we are a little bit behind. Can, does that mean that we have to squeeze our session to half an hour now to make sure 45 minutes? 45 minutes, so we squeeze a little bit. So, yeah, the first panel, we actually discussed how do we structure the days, or what kind of topics should we tackle, and what kind of guests should be invited. And we thought it would be a good idea to start with a term which a lot of us started hating, transformation. Transformation, if I'm talking to business people in Germany and other countries, they're saying, oh, leave me alone with that kind of term, transformation. We are running through transformations the last 20 years, and the last thing was the digital transformation. So I was in person, and also HBI, D-School was accompanying Bosch, for example, the large corporation, for about 5 years on their digital transformation pathway. And it was significant what this company was doing during that time, but I think a lot of people, a lot of the 400,000 people at Bosch are kind of tired of that kind of moving to new horizons all the time. The good thing with design thinking is if you ever run through a training, and we do this kind of 2-semester programs at the D-School Potsdam. They are 1-semester programs, they are several week programs, they're short. Whenever you have run through one of those programs, you are aware that change and transformation is not a bad thing. It's actually something which is part of the nature. So, and you are not afraid of that. And this is what I always figure out when I run into students who are taking courses at the D-School in Potsdam like 15 years ago. And so I run into them. They are in business now. They started their own business or whatever. I asked them, what did that change to you? And I see that they tell me they are not afraid to start a company, another one, a next one, or to be in a new position and to change that and to help people to change. And so we are saying, let's do a panel about transformation and invite different people. Invite people who are experienced in university, people who are experienced also in the business field, and a person who is in both. So, and I would like to call our 3 panelists on stage. We have 2 white ladies, and this is Monika Frech. She is directing the D-School in Potsdam now, so she was kind of following my footsteps. Then we have Shuilin Lin. She is a professor and directing the D-School in Beijing in China. And we have Mehmet Aktaş, I hope I pronounce it right. And maybe we just stay a little bit here. And Mehmet Aktaş is the CEO of Yaşar Holding, so not just the university, but actually the holding. And as I learned, Yaşar Holding and it's a very traditional organization. So, and you were running for sure, since I learned you were celebrating something like the 80th anniversary.
80th anniversary, right.
Through that period of time, you were running through a lot of different transition phases and transformation phases. Monica joined the D School recently, it's about a year ago, less than a year ago.
Less than a year.
Yeah, but Monica used to be a student. Lots of years ago, at the very early stage of the D School, she was one of the keen students. At that time, like 17 years ago, no one in Germany knew what design thinking is. No one, because we were just bringing it to the stage. And you joined. You were saying, oh, I'm open to that. And you joined it. Then you moved into different businesses. Actually, coming out of that studies, the 2 semesters, you started a company together with 29 colleagues, all alumni of the same semester. And I was saying, how ever can you do a startup with 30 people? Are you stupid? 30 people, one company. And I was not expecting the glue which was coming from the design thinking studies. I was underestimating the value which we brought, actually, or the design thinking studies brought to you. So, and now you're back at the D School after lots of different stages. And there's Julie Lin, and we know each other also since more than 10 years now. Yeah. Because about 12 years ago, her university, the Communication University of China, was keen enough to say, we want to be the first in China to have a D School. And we in Potsdam, we helped you to establish that. It was actually our first approach to support another university in setting up a D School in another country. And now you are in a transformation phase, which is also quite interesting, because AI is coming up to that kind of communication university of China, and you will talk about this, what that does, and how you can support something. But I would like to start, and we can now take a seat. I think we should not have a man-women thing here. We should maybe with my plan was to put the women in the middle, but now, yes, we are surrounded. So, I would like to start.
Should we see each other? Okay.
With Mehmet Aktaş. I think all of you have prepared a little presentation. I'm not sure if you have slides with that. Okay. Our Master of Ceremonies, Chan, knows about that. But I would like to ask you, so you are, to tell you a little bit, tell the audience who doesn't know, also our people online here, you began your career in public service at the Turkish Court of Accounts and the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
And then, 1995, you moved as the advisor to the presidency of Yaşar Group. So you moved into already in 1995. And then you you're holding several senior leadership roles in strategic planning. And in 2007, when we started the D School in Potsdam, you got appointed to be the CEO of Yaşar Holding. So since that time, you are heading the whole holding. And so you have a degree in political science from Ankara University, master's in economics from Vanderbilt University in the United States, a PhD in finance from a Turkish university, and I'm really interested in your statements. And then we have prepared also a little discussion. So the idea is that every one of you gives a little statement. Chan takes care of the 45 minutes, so there's a time timer. And And then we start a discussion here, and hopefully we get some time also for Q&A with all of you.
Okay.
You want to start?
Thank you, Uli. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, also, of course, our university for hosting this beautiful event. Hopefully, it's going to be a very productive and insightful panel. I'm sure it will be. Let me briefly, give the story of our holding company, which you said, we are holding many things together. We have started the business, our founder started the business in 1945. As you said, we have been celebrating 88 years of our anniversary. But our story goes back 1920s, actually. Mr. Yaşar, our founder, his father started the business in 1920s, actually. So, but his first, the company started in 1945. Started with paint coatings in 1950s. That was the first, the coatings investment at that time in the country. So, that was the initiation, the first one. Followed by agro industry, the food and beverage, the dairy, processed meat, spring water, kind of things. Even beer, with Carlsberg in 1960s. Financial services, banking, insurance, etc. Tourism, energy, tissue paper. It was so much diversified. So it was normal at that time because Mr. Yaşar also was one of the few pioneer businessmen or industrialists in the country. So they were doing many things. When you call, you can call the first or initiation of this industry. But almost 55 years with this, portfolio, we continue to operate. But when we arrived 2000, I'm coming to design-led transformation, what we have done in 2000, it was not so possible to compete in all fields. You have very diversified portfolio. Some of them are making, doing good, making profit and growing. Some of them are not good enough. So, we asked the McKinsey for the redesigning our portfolio in 2000. So, they have analyzed our portfolio. They said, if you are among the top 3 in your business, you can keep it and continue to invest. But if you are not, either you can divest it or merge with other companies. So, we did from 40 companies, today is around 20 companies. We are holding, we have divested beer business, fertilizer business, and we were out of the financial services. So that was, from the diversifying to the, I forgot, the mention, but as you said, 45 minutes. Those are the today's current figures, around 7,000 people we are employing, 21 companies at the moment. We are one of the largest FMCG company in the country, reaching 200 sales points, and 6 companies are listed in Istanbul Stock Exchange. So, we had this focus strategy that was redesigning our portfolio. That was successful. But another question is, how about the governance? Should we do something on the governance side? Because starting from 45 to the 2000, our founder was the chairing, or running or managing all the daily operations, taking all the necessary decisions. But at the same time, he was the chairing the board. So, board means it's supposed to be a controlling function. So, the McKinsey said there is a dual head problem. The founder has 2 heads. One head is he's running, all the daily operations, but at the same time, he is the chairman of the board. So I mean, there is a conflict. It should be separation of powers. I mean, you should assign a CEO, I mean, to run the daily operations, but you may, a chairman or a founder, stay at the board and chair at the board and the controlling function. So I mean, we have separated the new defined roles and responsibilities. We did this one. Mr. Yaşar accepted. It was also his initiation, this redesigning the governance part. So he stayed at the board, and we have assigned a new CEO at that time in early 2000. That, I mean, model we have came until, I mean, recent years. Board was, I mean, what was the roles and responsibilities? Board was accepting or approving yearly budget and the medium-term strategy and appointing top management or hiring and firing top management kind of things. But the CEO is responsible from daily operations and reporting to the board. That was, I mean, much better value creation, and you can easily govern the management at that time. Sorry, I'm just keeping those our business lines, and I quickly overviewed these brands and the companies and the divisions, kind of things, food and beverage coatings. Those are our core business. Still, we are dominating brand in the coatings and the FMCG part, food and beverage side in the country. We have some other business, as I mentioned, tissue, tourism, etc. still. So I mean, when we arrive today, the competition is still a big problem. It's a challenging. We thought that, I mean, can we sustain our business in the future? As, okay, we have done redefined our business lines and redefined our governance, but still something is missing because of the competition. So I mean, in last year and this year, we have launched 3 different projects. We thought that we could assess our culture. We could improve, as you said, digitalization. It is the major trend. I mean, you cannot stay out of this trend. So, and the other one is entrepreneurship and the innovation part. 3 projects at the same time we have launched. We have studied the culture. I mean, of course, 80 years of experience, we do have a culture. Without a good culture, I guess we cannot sustain our business. But we thought we could ask again our people, this culture is supportive enough to future growth. More than 1,000 people have joined the surveys and the working group studies. And we have redefined our cultural values again. So like committing the people, the transparency and trust, and ethical stance kind of, and sustainability and innovation and change to changing ability, I mean, in the group. So it was also new values we have defined. So we expect, of course, the value creation mechanism would be sustainable, more sustainable than before. The second one is the digital part, as everybody does. We have been working with the SAP. We started in 1996. That was, I think, the early implementer of the SAP at that time. After 30 years, we just relaunched a new digitalization program with the SAP. S/4HANA transition at the moment we are implementing. So our expectation is too high. We think that this is a cloud base and they embedded some good practice, best practice. So it's going to change our digital capability and improve our capability as we expect. Still, I mean, trying to finalize the transition. Third one is also interesting, the entrepreneurship and the innovation capacity improvement. Until this time, our growth strategy or new business entrance, etc. Idea was coming from top management, either from founder, from general manager, etc. We thought that we have 7,000 employees. They have experience, they have, idea, in their mind. We can set a platform, and that they can bring their ideas to the platform. If it is reasonable enough, why not? We can have a new startup and also the extension in our existing business kind of things. And it is also going on, another project. What is the purpose, in those projects? As we understand, redesign or design think idea, trying to have a better life for everyone, to make easier the life. And this is also, purpose, why we are doing this. One was, of course, the sustainable value creation. And also another one is, we would like to make the life better, and also I think is also, it is, okay. That is the, to make everyone a better life. If we can succeed, of course, after the 80 years, it is not so easy. Now is 4th generation is, as a shareholder perspective, and 5th generation is coming. As you look at the global experience or practice, 4th generation, 5th generation, the shareholders are still in the company, in the controlling position. It's not sustainable, it's not so easy. So either we can, the governance structure we are keeping, and also another one is, we are trying to have everyone a better life. And thank you at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just allow me one question. You were talking a lot about the kind of business activities, and I actually like your three focuses right now: culture, and digitalization, and entrepreneurship, because they all three of those are very close to the design thinking mode. What kind of role does the university play in that kind of looking at those three pillars you're working at? Looking at
our university, or
Yaşar University.
Yeah, of course. The university is also part of many projects. We have a industry university communication all the time. Not from, of course, this is our university, but in this project, even digitalization, AI kind of improvements, we are working with our board of trustees, and our rectors also so keen to support us in our vision, to realize this vision. Of course, those are in-house in the holding company, or our enterprises are working on those three projects we launch. But university is always close to us. I think maybe in the digital part, we could continue to collaborate as we discussed earlier. And also, of course, R&D things. This is innovation part also. We have 4 R&D centers in Turkey, 2 in the coatings and 2 in the food and beverage part. So it is the R&D or innovation capacity also we can build up or just improve.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm now looking to Monika Frech. Monika, yes, studied 2 semesters at the D School, but during that time, D School was always, and it's still, kind of side thing. So it's for students who are studying somewhere else at some university, something very special, and then they come to that place which is called the D School, and they meet people from other disciplines who are also studying something very special, and then they bring their competences together and their ideas and their knowledge. And start doing things. So you were studying, actually, at that time you were studying at Free University and America Studies, is that right? And North America Studies, sociological theories of change, political sciences and communication. You were also spending some time in the United States at the University of Minnesota, also with a focus on communication. And then at the side thing, you did this kind of 2 semesters at the D School, and you found your other 29 colleagues. It was like, I think it was 30 people, isn't it? We just had 40 students, you have to imagine. At that time, we just had 40 students at the D School in general. So 30 of the 40 who didn't know each other before, they just met at the D School for 2 semesters, they decided to start a company. And the company was, I just told it, was a startup focusing on design thinking, bringing design thinking to a lot of companies, organizations, training, but also consultancy. And it became one of the very famous German consultancy companies. Actually, it's called Dark Horse Innovation. It's still up and running. It didn't scale up to 300 or 3,000 people. It stayed in that kind of same thing. And during that time, also, you got nominated to be, what was it, 40, under 40? So you were female entrepreneur. You got honored for that in Germany. And so I'm really interested. So you went through very different activities. You studied something which does not play the major role right now in what you're doing. Besides, also to have a large family. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you. So, Monica, your input. I'm really eager to hear about that.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you.
Can you hear?
Can you hear me? Is it on? Yeah. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Not really.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
better.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, thank you for having me on this panel, but also here at the conference and at the university. When I agreed to be on this panel, I of course felt very honored to be asked. I had still two tensions. The first one is with the title, transformation. Not because I think what you already described before, that there's too much of it, but that it sets like a false assumption of beginning and end. We start a transformation and then it ends. I think that's not the case anymore. Maybe it was never, but today, to me, it's more about adaptation, which is a continuous kind of thing. So organizations need to continuously reinvent themselves, much like we heard from you just now, to stay relevant and to be connected to their customers, their employees as well. The second one was a bit more practical. The second tension that I mean, one of my favorite studies looks at, in the American context, about judges who are much more strict on their defendants before lunch than after lunch. So there's like actual evidence about that. And knowing, being on that panel before lunch, looking at you as the audience, knowing that some of you are also very much jet-lagged. So thank you very much for being here, for being attentive. I guess I very much appreciate that. I decided not to show some slides, but as Uli introduced it, to tell a little bit about my personal story and how it's connected to, well, transformation, adaptation, and how design thinking has helped me with that. Like Uli said, my background is in communications, but also social theories and social science. So that for me is like the common thread. It always looks very logical in hindsight, of course, and you can tell a narrative about your own life, your own career. It didn't look like that in the beginning, but I was always interested in change, particularly in social change. So how does the new come into the world and what forces shape it within organizations? That's what I was interested in studying social sciences, and also the aspect of telling the stories about that. And that's what I did. And when I studied in the US then, I discovered the D School, the first one back then at the University of Stanford. But they threw me out of the States for visa reasons, which was unfortunate at the time, but then I had a lucky break because Uli and others had just opened a D school in Potsdam. I lived in Berlin at the time, and of course I applied. So I had a little bit of a head start there because, as Uli said, back then in the German context, design thinking was a very elusive, dare I say, even esoteric concept. So nobody really knew what was this about. So in hindsight, it was a bold choice to invest 1 year of my life. We were also doing other things, but still 1 year of my life into that sort of unknown kind of thing. But I got much in return. As Uli said, the transformation of sort of how do I bring that to the world, that aspect of how does the new happen? For the first time, I had something like instruments and methods and an approach to not just talk about that in terms of communication, which I still think is very important, so that doesn't go away, but to actually effect it myself with others. So that aspect of creative collaboration with others that I experienced before when I had worked in advertising, I loved very much. What I didn't love so much about that work in advertising, that we sold stuff to people that I believed, and many others believe as well, those people didn't really need, but we still made them think that they needed through great communication. So for the first time through design thinking, I could combine sort of that creative work that I liked with the aspect of bringing something into the world that actually makes sense for people. So basically I was sold, but as a graduate, it was very hard to get any sort of job. So us as alumni were, yay, design thinking, young professionals, let's like build a career on that. But industry or the public sector was like, yeah, design thinking. Yeah, we have like graphic designers over there in that department, but you're a political science background. What are you doing here? So we couldn't get jobs, basically, but we still very much believed in it and co-founded our own company then, that cohort of alumni, in a very unusual way. So that's sort of the second aspect of transformation or adaptation. There was no blueprint, and also, to be frankly, not a lot of support. So not even Uli at the time believed in us, and I can say that because you said it yourself. It's like, okay, you're crazy, design thinking. Nobody knows what that is, nobody needs it. You couldn't get a job in industry, and now you're like, some people called it arrogant, others called it naive, doing your own thing. 30 people, plus all of us were friends. People were telling us, like, this is not going to work from a business side, plus you're going to hate each other after, basically, I don't know, a few months. We still did it, but we did it with a very clear sort of strategy or outset. And we had the ambition, and that probably was arrogant, to be the most innovative company in Germany. And since we learned about how innovation happens through our year at the D School, we implemented those elements into the very structure of our company. So, for example, the aspect of user-centeredness, we looked at ourselves as the first and at the beginning only users of our company, because for lack of customers, it was us as employees, as co-founders, and looked at how do we want to work, what enables us to be most innovative in our work, and establish things like the freedom to choose where you work, which now seems like after COVID, things like home office or digital work are, nothing special. At the time, at least in the German business context, that was rather radical. Another thing was the decision structure that enabled us to be highly agile, highly iterative, and implement a yes and instead of a no but mindset, where we would go, we would take decisions collaboratively, but not in a democratic way in terms of majority says yes, then we go ahead. But if nobody has anything substantially against a decision, if nobody stands up and says like, we really can't do that in a company that I'm part of, we would go ahead with a company that helped us to be very like experimental and explorative and very dynamic. So a few of those things actually helped us. And in later years, the company was actually awarded to be among the most innovative consultancies within Germany. So I guess that sort of vision worked, and I took that with me as an ambition when I transferred to my next role, which was at Yunus Social Innovation, working with the vision of Mohamed Yunus, the Nobel Peace Prize winner in social innovation. So much along the lines of what we heard from Sean in the previous presentation, asking how can we use a design-led and human-centered approach to effect good in the world. I worked a lot with corporate companies, consulting them in social innovation, and that is, to me, the second important aspect of using design thinking in transformation. It has to be embedded in the structures. Much what I talked about Dark Horse before. It can work as sort of a superficial one, often project that you do, but it's a nice to have. So for Dark Horse, it meant we implemented it really in how the company works. For our work in social innovation with corporates, one example is social procurement, where we enabled really big corporates to buy products and services from social enterprises, from social businesses. One example of that is a women's cooperative in rural India who produce fabrics that are then bought by IKEA. So if you shop at IKEA, you can shop a very beautiful pillowcase, for example. That there's nothing special in terms of a label or this is a social product or anything. It's just one of several pillowcases that you can buy. But for the social enterprise, it means they are not a nice to have in the value chain, but they are an essential vendor, basically, for IKEA in that case, which is very different than a social initiative that a corporate does, and then next quarter maybe you don't do it again because the numbers tell a different story. So that's sort of the second aspect of transformation. And I think I stop here and give leaving the stage now.
No, I get actually signs from our Master of Ceremonies here that the time is over. So
No.
Yeah, actually we are a little bit. It's not because you, but we have a friendly Master of Ceremonies, so he allows our third speaker. And yeah, Shui Lin, we met lots of years ago, and you were actually. I think you did was it computer science what you studied at the communication?
Computer science and digital media art.
At the Communication University of China, where she is still. She was born in Sichuan province, so quite a different place. But then you moved to Beijing, and you studied at that school. Then you got in the animation field. You got in touch with the digital transformation, and then with design thinking. And since a lot of years, you are heading the School of Design Thinking, and maybe share some of your transformation, adaptation things. So I like that.
I also have a slide. Could you please hand over the?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Since time is so limited, and I decided to change into stand pose, and then it will make it shorter. Stand meeting. Yeah, I have a very short introduction of my university. My university is Communication University of China, and it is kind of like the university cultivates the young talents for the media industry, and it's like the voice of China. Yeah, I'm in the School of Animation and Digital Games, Digital Media Art, and we did a lot of activities of design thinking in the School of Animation and Digital Media Arts, firstly. And now we have like different kinds of courses expanded in the university. We have like introduction courses and core courses, innovation camp, and a minor program and MBA program, different kinds of offering students. And also we have collections through HPI, Potsdam, to collect with the design thinking community all over the world. And our president at that time, Professor Liao Xiangzhong, he is the guy with a vision saying that, oh, we have to jump on the track of design thinking, and that is the future model of education. And at that time, in China, there's no one who knows what is design thinking. And even, on the planet, there was one HPI school in Boston and one in Stanford. Yeah. And we said, oh, we want to be the third one. So then we get it back to CUC, and then we have different kinds of, sign MOU and startup project with HPI Potsdam. And yeah, you see different projects. And we are also one of the GDTA members at the
founding members.
Family members.
Yeah. Founding members.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I also got the chance to go to Stanford for 2 years to learn design thinking more deeply. And then I come back to CUC, and we went through a journey, actually. And let's skip it, but with a lot of help from my GDTA family members, especially from HPI Potsdam. And now we are facing the new challenge of AI. And to be honest, that the president of CUC is very nervous, yeah, about this. And he is talking about AI all the time. And the administrators of our university, they are kind of nervous as well, but they don't know how to deal with it. So we are kind of using design thinking as the approach to say, let's explore, let's test, let's prototype, and iterate to see what will happen in the education field. Okay, and now we somehow we are in a progress, and we have some conclusions for our exploration. Firstly, we think that the human-machine co-creation era is coming, and later maybe we have some. Oh, I will have a colleague as a robot. He teaches with me on the stage, and also we think that our students, they could use design thinking, but they could use the AI tools, but they could not outsourcing their thinking to the AI. I talked with one of the GDTA members in the morning, and he said they are using AI to stimulate the participants to think, not giving their answers, but asking their questions. I think it's a very good way to do that. And also, we think that the roles for teachers, for professors in the next stage is that they have to teach the students how to guide them through the structure of the learning of their own major. It's not like they teach them knowledge, but they are like the guidance. They tell them how to do that. And also, you see, this is one of the very big education meeting in our university, saying that we are announcing the AI norms and policies, saying how could the teachers deal with AI, and how could students deal with it, and how could the administrative guys deal with AI, and we have the guidance. And then for looking into the future, as we think that design thinking is very well fitted in this at this kind of point, and then we invited Professor Uli Weinberg as our distinguished guest in the Hainan International College, and also based in Beijing for the transformation to help us. And we are now decorating the new space for our AIDT lab. We have you see the new logo over there, and yeah, we have like 4 different kind of spaces: team spaces, lounge area, and the making space, and a share space. And we also did some workshops with administrative people, and also with different schools. For example, schools of intelligent data and new media, and a school of culture, industry, yeah, like that. Yeah, and we, of course, we want cross-disciplinary collaboration. And yeah, this is a vice president of CUC. He also announced a new structure of our future education form. It's like general, major general courses, and plus minor general courses, plus professional courses for the students. So we offer like three layers of courses to our students. Okay, this is what we do. We have some demonstration of how could we combine the AI with also design thinking in the class. Yeah, last but not the least is that we invite, we are now very open to the international cooperation, and we want to invite more professors, scholars to CUC, yeah, to help us to go through this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I have to check my messages here
Thank
from
you.
our Master of Ceremonies. He's doing that kind of thing here. What does that mean? Is that a tea? Is that
break?
But I think just 2 minutes at the end, since we didn't get into a discussion, and you're all three of you were tackling that transformation topic from very different angles. And I just have one question to all three of you: is where do you see, for the next steps you're thinking of, where do you see, maybe we start with you, where do you see the biggest obstacles? So where are the hurdles? Where you have to fight most if you want to achieve your idea or your vision?
You know, in my country, we have a lot of like hierarchies, or you know, it's like every school is like a kingdom, and so there are a lot of barriers, you know, between all of them. And if we want to like collaborate, yeah, we have to somehow tear down all the walls. And you know, at first they will think, okay, it's not my business. It's yours or it's others. Yeah, so it's very difficult to communicate with them somehow.
Yeah. So the kind of the different kingdoms, how to build the bridges between those.
Yeah.
Monika, you are now moving the D School in Potsdam to a new age now. So do you see the biggest hurdles and obstacles? What are the barriers?
I think this is true for the D School and its context, but also very much for many contexts I have worked in, is what I talked about in the beginning, sort of moving from a certain fatigue and a feeling of being overwhelmed by like a constant pressure in that sense of transformation, and towards sort of embracing that adaptability. And to me, the feeling of everything could change at every moment. Like in the current poly crisis, a lot of, especially young people, experience that as a threat and as a sort of insecurity. And I think with design thinking, we have the means to turn that into a promise again through sort of the agency that we can help people feel through coming together and co-creating. So sort of embracing that mindset of, yes, everything could change at every moment, and I can play a role in that, and I can be a part of that. And that sort of constant need for adaptability is actually a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mehmet, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, as Monika said, it's a kind of collaboration issue, as I understand from today's presentations and also this discussion to the panel. So it's a kind of convincing people. Transformation is not so easy thing, as we understand. Nobody would like to transform or change. It's not so easy. Everybody would like to stay conservative, I think. But it's a must, as long as, we come together like a multidisciplinary discussion, because the purpose is very good, because at the end of people is going to have better life. Why not, we come together and convince each other to have this kind of transformation and to implement these good ideas together. So I mean, we can overcome this kind of hurdles if it is exist.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks to all three of you for your contributions here. I think so. If I would look at, I'm here for 2 days now, and look at Yaşar University, and look at the Yaşar Holding, thinking about transformation and adaptation. For me, after seeing lots of students, thousands of students running through the program, and seeing that the measure of adaptability is increasing. So all the students who are running through that programs, they are better adaptable or adapters. And they are transformation supporters. So why not think of Yaşar University within the whole holding to become a transformation engine, so to increase adaptability? Think of the whole organization. I was just talking to the board, to the president of the board here. There is the thinking process. I would love to see that happen. Thanks to our three panel members, Shirin Lin, Monika Frech, Mehmet
That's okay.
And give them a big hand of applause. And thanks to the master that we could have a little bit more time. Thanks, Can.
Thank you all. Thank you all with your questions and all the talks. For now, we will be at lunch a little bit late, but we are going to continue again 1:30. But also, at our research corner, there is a screen, there's a mirror board that you can just stick some questions to all of these keynotes and the panelists. So they are going to visit these post-its and maybe answer them. Thank you again. Meet you at 1:30. See you there.
Yeah, we've been following all the proceedings from the morning. We even did dogs.
That's the warm-up. That's Cape Town, the live stream there.
Can you talk to microphone so they can hear you? Can you hear?
Maria Jose's mentioned that we are going to do an energizer with everyone, so it will be super nice if you join as well. We're going to do chop banana. Who knows? Yeah, that's really cool. Chop banana, chop banana. You feel great. I just spoiled. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Hi, Jenny. I don't think they can hear us. Oh, no, there's a lag. Hi, everybody. Enjoy the watch party. Oh, can they not hear us? I think they can hear us because Jenny's smiling.
Can hear you, yeah.
The mic is coming somewhere else. Hello, we are just starting our after lunch sessions. Did you watch the panels and the Sean's keynote? How was it?
Yeah.
Did you posted something on Miro?
Yes, we've been posting on Miro, and we've actually created a watch party space, so you can see some photos of our watch party on the Miro board.
Oh, perfect. I just grabbed Sean for the questions. Grab that, and he's going to answer it from the Miro board as well, and other panelists as well. So nice. So we are starting. Evren, can we just the last call and then closing the doors, please?
Saygıdeğer konuklar, program başlamak üzeredir. Salondaki yerlerinizi almanız önemli rica olunur. Our program and sessions are about to begin. Please take your seats. Saygıdeğer konuklar, program başlamak üzeredir. Salondaki yerlerinizi almanız önemli rica olunur. Our program and sessions are about to begin. Please take your seats.
So, can we close the door, please? Tankut? Okay, thank you.
She's the one showing. I just with my hands. No problem. You can also join.
So, welcome back, everyone. We are. Yeah. So, we are here synchronizedly connected with Africa. They are making, this School Africa is just making a watch party there. They are watching us from YouTube and also interacting with the mirror. They are texting some question to us. Now we would like to say greetings to you. Can you hear us?
I think you're on, like you're muted.
No. It's, can you hear us?
Yes,
Africa?
we can hear you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, we are with you right now. We would like to say hello to you. How are you there? How is it going?
Good.
We've got a watch party. We've been following the whole conference since the morning. The welcome, the warm-up, Sean Carney's notes and the panel, and we really enjoyed it. And we've been having our own discussions in the room. And we even had Diego Moranet, who's been one of the mentors on Design for Good. He came and told us about his experience, so that was wonderful. And we've got people here, diverse backgrounds, all following the discussions. So thank you so much for putting this together. It's great to be connected to you.
So thank you, welcome. And now we can just start with a quick warm-up with you all, energizer. We are going to do it with Africa as well, then just to wake up a little bit. Then we can start with the second panel with Richard and designing complexity.
Perfect. So most of the times after lunch, we feel a little bit tired, like we need to stretch. Coffee is there, but it's not activated. So I will kindly ask you, everyone, to stand up. I'm going to have Maria Jose supporting me with the movement.
Everyone stand up, please.
Right now, I'm a bit limited. And we're going to do one that is like super traditional. And D-School South Africa, as well, D-School Potsdam, we really enjoy it. And it's called Chop Banana. So we're going to do one small Maria Jose so everyone can understand. And we are going to first start with peel banana, peel banana. So everyone is going to pretend to peel. And then chop banana, chop banana. Then shake banana, shake banana. And drink banana, drink banana. Great, that was really good. Everyone here apparently knows it, and I'm super happy. So we're gonna go to the second level that is not doing in a small size. I think we need a bit more stretching, and I'm gonna still do it slow. So ready? Peel banana, peel banana, chop banana, chop banana, shake banana, shake banana, drink banana, drink banana, and it grows like XL size, like American size for Coke. So we're gonna do We're gonna do peel, banana, chop, chop, banana, shake, shake, banana, drink, banana. And for the last one, so we are really activated, I'm gonna do a F1 rap song. So we're gonna do it super quick. Are you sure? Okay, so peel banana, chop, banana, shake, banana, and drink, banana, and woo! Thank you.
And good morning. So, we are just continue with the second panel. You can stay here, by the way. You can watch with us. But I'm just going to invite Richard from this school, Cape Town.
Can I film a video?
Yeah, disconnect and jump into the...
I think so. Thanks, guys, for playing along. We're gonna, YouTube, right? Is that still?
Have they got?
Does you want to start?
Have they got something?
We're also following the YouTube stream, so we don't need to follow on YouTube.
Okay, so see you later.
See you later. I think we'll end the call.
Modern technology. Somebody must mute somebody. Are we ready?
Please continue.
Okay, thanks, Jan. All right, we'll leave the... Jan will double up as technical assistance as we go forward. Welcome back, everybody, after lunch. Glad we've done the warm-up, so I can take that off my little agenda and get our hearts beating already. But, yeah, very excited about this next session. I think, you know, a lot of us associate design and design thinking with developing products and services and experiences. But we're finding today that it's becoming more and more relevant in today's modern world and helping us actually deal with complexity. And specifically design thinking in not only its tools and its mindsets and its practices, starting to be adopted across the board, not only just in typical design education, but also being adopted at universities as almost a critical attribute, a critical graduate attribute in some ways that we need to have and as we enter the world of work. And we live in a world today that is inherently complex. I think if you pick up any world report, they'll talk about complexity. Complexity this, complex that. And it's often described using frameworks such as VUCA, a world which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Or more recently, Barney, a world which is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So this is the world of work that we operate in and that students through universities are going to be going out into. And it's a world characterized by wicked problems, challenges that resist simple solutions, and are deeply interconnected and continuously evolving as we attempt to address them. So you can imagine, you know, in the world of design, this sounds like a fantastic space for us to play. And in such an environment, the assumption that the world is stable, predictable, and knowable no longer holds. And traditional linear planning, the reductionist logic that we are taught, and that fixed sort of sense-making models that we try and model the world around are actually insufficient for navigating this complex, rapidly changing world, which is uncertain, where its uncertainty is high and agreements on solution is often elusive. So we just can't agree on A, often what the problem is, or B, what even the solution is. And when operating in complex systems, we often face the conditions of low certainty and low agreement. So often amongst individuals, we just can't agree on, is this the problem we should be working on, or even is this a solution? And low certainty in the sense of we haven't got the data. We don't have enough data to work with in order to make decisions. And many variables are unknown or unknowable in advance, and progress requires a shift away from purely predictive approaches towards ones that embrace experimentation, iteration, and collective learning. Effective practices in this space involve creating the conditions for dialogue and debate, engaging in trial and error, adopting solutions in real time as patterns emerge. So this concept of becoming more comfortable with emergence. Now, the World Economic Forum continuously in all their Skills of the Future publication identify critical competencies for thriving in this complexity as human beings in the 21st centuries. And these include critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, communication, and collaboration. And these are the very skills and mindsets that are actually cultivated within the design discipline, and more specifically through design thinking and design thinking education. So I'm really excited about this panel, which I'm going to introduce now, because we're going to explore how developing a design mindset can provide both a compass and a foundation for working within complexity. So not necessarily trying to turn everybody into practicing designers, but to give them the design-y tools and design mindset to see the world through a design lens, to help make sense of the ambiguity and strengthening adaptive capacity, an approach to some of the systemic challenges that we face with empathy, creativity, and confidence. So we've got 3 speakers. One will join us online, but first of all, it's my pleasure to first introduce Professor Levent Kandila. Please come onto the stage. Professor Kandila is the current rector of Yaşar University with a distinguished academic career and background in engineering. Previously served as the Dean of Engineering and later the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation here at Yaşar University, and brings a wealth of experience in leading higher education institutions through change. And today he'll share his perspective on really why embracing complexity is essential and the critical role that universities play in preparing future generations to navigate it. So thank you very much. Take a seat and I'll just introduce Nalan. Nalan, are you online? Nalan is dialing in from India. You can hear me okay? Fantastic. So as Uli mentioned earlier, Nalan is a board member of the GDT, unfortunately wasn't able to join us. So he's joining us virtually from SNS in India. Trained as an engineer, another engineer, and myself, third engineer. Dr. Kumar began his career in the textile and petroleum industries before moving into education, and is deeply committed to building entrepreneurial mindsets through design thinking frameworks, and recently launched the SNS Innovation Hub, an ambitious initiative with the goal of creating 1,000 AI startups in the next decade. As mentioned, as a board member of the Global Design Thinking Alliance, Dr. Kumar brings a global lens to this discussion, and he will share how design thinking has been harnessed to prepare the students at his institution in India to thrive in a volatile and uncertain world. So welcome, Nalan. Go, round of applause. And then lastly, the third speaker is, there's the man there, finally joining us from Accra, from Ghana, is Professor Gordon Adomza.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. He's Associate Professor of Management Practice and Director of the China-Europe International Business School in Africa. And before this, where I met him a number of years ago, served at Esheshi University in Accra, where he led the implementation of curricular entrepreneurship programs and founded several initiatives, including the Esheshi Design Lab, the Esheshi Startup Launch Lab, and the Esheshi Venture Incubator. Gordon will bring both an academic insight and lived experiences from some of the complexities of the African innovation ecosystem. And will speak about doing business within that complexity and the role that design and design-led mindsets play in these very messy, systemic challenges that are real and absolutely need a design approach to them. So thank you, Gordon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So we'll start with Professor Candela. You got your mic there. Very interested to hear about the work that's happening at Yaşar University and how you're embedding complexity or complex thinking into the curriculum and to the students, and how important that is to a university such as this.
Thank you. I'd like to use some slides.
Can you put the slides up? Can you?
Oh, that's mine.
Are they
Okay,
there?
great.
Awesome. There we
Thank
go.
you. 10 minutes, right? Just 10.
10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, dealing with complexity is really a challenge. And Sean two articles I'd like to share certain magazine covers. And here, the problem is to embrace complexity, live with it, and especially the complexity of the domain. And the remedy for that is another cover, the design thinking approach to deal with complexity. So the majority of the speakers here are engineers, so being a square-headed engineer, I'd like to start with modeling. Complexity, representing the domain, is a kind of constraint to us. Models, iconic models, simulation models, simulators, digital twins, if you will, in mathematical models. And math models is my area of expertise, actually. Here, to represent the domain, actually, we're dealing with certain trade-offs. Complexity and level of abstraction in modeling. If the level of abstraction is okay, linear, if you will, everything is fine. You can have a model. Another thing is difficulty of generating designs. So there is this trade-off that we should think of. You've said that what's going on in university, we are lucky to have diverse disciplines, but certain other challenges, especially different learner generations, their learning behavior, style, certain technology trends that we should follow, plus third generation, fourth generation university, there are societal expectations. Sorry. Yeah. So, our style is to match design thinking and community engagement to cultivate the environments. Now, I have to cite a little bit theory of systems, subsystems, especially sets, social, environmental, and technological systems. Sorry. So, usually we map into these subsystems to represent the domain and to go for the design. And we place our university at the very intersection of these three systems. So another thing for the universities, we have certain systems. It starts with the individual, then comes the department and the faculty and the walls that you refer, certain walls. And at the mesosystem, now we can talk about the university, but it's in its ecosystem, in exosystem and macrosystem. So there are systems within systems. There are sets within sets. So you have to drill down and go up and think always the systems to make a design. Our approach is to place university as a responsible research and innovation living lab for the community, for the students, for the designers, for the researchers. It should be a living lab where everybody can come together, experiment, see the results, and have solutions with this co-design feature. So really, what we see use design thinking principles with this modeling and system subsystem framework and fostering this RRI living laboratories within and outside the walls of the university. So I'd like to give an example of what we have accomplished using all these principles. We have founded, like 5 years ago, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences and Technologies. This is not just the classical Faculty of Agriculture. And in doing so, we've started with co-designing the curricula together with academicians, local actors, NGOs, farmer unions. We sit down and using the design thinking principles, really come up with a nice list of personas, qualifications, and then the curricula. But we thought that we should have a living lab as well. You've seen our campus, quite small. Living lab needs land and other actors. We pair up with certain actors and use the certain government funds like Izmir Development Agency funds, funds of Ministry of Industry and Technology, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, certain European funds, 2 projects, one after the other, And that's all for designing a living lab, having an accelerator and incubator with practice lens for digital technologies to solve some certain set of green problems that Sean indicated in the morning. And it helped a lot. I don't want to get into details, but if you type in this Izmir Agricultural Technology Center, you can have all this story. It's one of the success stories cited by the European Union as well. So in doing so, our principle is to have this quadruple helix actors in every design that we made. Community, academia, the government, and the sector itself. We have collaborated with 3 universities. There is one huge actor, Izmir Commodity Exchange, 130 years old, of setting prices of certain commodities active and reaching all the farmers and producers and distributors and exporters. The Chamber of Industry, Chamber of Commerce, and certain local government, municipality funds, technology leaders, and finance actors. So they have contributed the co-design of this center, active in the northern part of Izmir, like half an hour away. And then we have EIT Food as a partner. And recently that center is now became a member of European Digital Innovation Hub Network. And finally, FAO became a partner after the design is made, but in the running of the system, now they're contributing a lot. For the university, over the years, that's a score for higher education institutions promoted by the European Union. So in this radar diagram, you're going to see the evolution of our university. And we have certain, of course, training materials and so on. So for academic leadership, what I, as a person doing, just a little bit, harmony, synchronization of disciplines, but mostly a lot of brushing, so that brushing the ecosystem, so that we can reach the target. So all in all, our solution for complexity, to embrace it, it's not for control, but it's co-creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Just a quick reflection from my side. It almost looks like you embracing complexity with complexity, in the sense of bringing in multidisciplinary, different stakeholders, the quad helix approach and that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I'd love to unpack that after we've all spoken. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Nalan to connect with us. And I think Nalan's going to give us quite a focused view around not how they are preparing their students through teaching and learning as a critical graduate attribute to deal with complexity. So Nalan, looking forward to your story. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Richard. And so much pleased to be here in front of everybody. I could not join the wonderful country and also city. And also, I enjoyed Professor Candler's talk, very detailed, and have gone into so much detail into it. I appreciate how Yashar is actually putting so much of efforts, navigating through complexity and also finding a co-creation space using design thinking. I'd like to start with my presentation. Hope I think I should be able to come through. One second, let me actually pull up the screen. I could not share my screen.
We're busy looking at that now. Give us a moment. Try now.
See many folders, many things. Sharing is not turned. Okay, now you're the co-host. Okay, now I can actually do it. Okay, it's asking me to quit Zoom and return back. Richard, do you want to go ahead with Gordon while I actually fix this one?
Let's do that. Let's jump onto Gordon, and we'll come back to you now, Nalan.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so Gordon, very interested to listen to your talk. It really touches on some of the realities that you face with real business challenges on the continent. And how this mindset and approach actually comes into play.
Right.
Yeah, around the complexity of challenges. Do you want to?
Thank you. All right. Is it on? All right. Okay. So I think you've already heard about Ghana this morning when Sean was sharing that example of projects that Design for Good did in Ghana. So I was very excited. I was like, Ghana. I was able to relate to that. It's an example that we actually use in a lot of our design thinking training as a really good case study, also because it came from Design for Good. So as a legitimate case study, if you will. But when Richard asked me about the panel, I thought I'll use the context of a problem that I discovered recently in my new job, which is being the director of the Africa campus of this institution, because I found it very intriguing. So I'm going to share with you, if you will, a design challenge that I think is interesting, but I'll give you some context first. So China-Europe International Business School is a joint venture between the European Union and the Chinese government. And this was about 30 years ago. The focus is on executive education. So in fact, CEIBS, which is what the abbreviation is, prides itself in being part of the China wonder story, if you will. And so there are about 5 campuses, and the Africa campus is in Accra. So we provide executive education to managers and leaders in our Africa programs. We use the China lens as a way of engaging managers to think about the future. So the idea is that if you are a manager or a leader in Africa and you want to look 10, 15 years from now in any sector, you're probably better off looking at Chinese companies in that field to get a sense of what that looks like. So that is our framing. So we would often do 6 to 8 months of training, and then we do a China immersion where we do company visits and we take them to similar companies in that space. The main campus is in Shanghai, and so we in Accra and also in Africa receive Chinese cohorts for our Africa immersion. Now, this is a field study program, and so there are many locations around the world. So the ones that come to Africa normally are interested in doing business in Africa. And remember, these are MBAs, executive MBAs, global executive MBAs, CEO programs. And so we do company visits in Ghana as well, and then whichever country that they have interest in. It's normally Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, and so forth. And then we also have lectures about trends and so forth. So we have to do the framing, right? So what is the framing of doing business in Africa? And that's where I'm going to start from my slides from. So the first point here is that Africa is ready to industrialize. So Africa has probably about 30% of minerals in the world, but doesn't really add value to extractives. So a lot of countries are not interested in building factories and systems and processes to add value to extractives. We are also seeing a trend in a new type of globalization where it's becoming more regionalized, if you will, right? And of course, the tariff wars are helping a lot, because then now where the raw materials come from and where they are processed and where something else happens before they get to the market determines how much tariffs each country has, and whether your country is liked or not. So many other factors in there. So it starts to bring in that complexity. If you are a Chinese executive that's trying to set up a factory in Africa, so many factors, right? There's so many factors involved in that. Then the other thing that is true is that Africa has the world's fastest growing population, fastest growing and young population. About 60% of people are under 25 years, 36 million people are unemployed. So if you're an African leader attracting investors, there's one thing on your mind. There's one thing you campaign on, and there's one thing that you want to talk about, and that is jobs. So your growth has to be job-led. It can't just be, a lot of, your industrialization, if you will, has to be job-led. So as an African destination country leader, you have to figure out how to find a balance between automation for efficiency and dignified jobs for livelihoods. So, we often will make the point that if you've built, because a lot of these guys are normally factory owners or senior managers, if you spent a lot of time building efficiency systems, finding out how to do automation, how to produce fast, doing business in Africa means you have to take a step back, right? And sometimes many decades back to rethink, to relearn, to unlearn some of the processes that you've built and how to then rebuild your production system. So one of the companies we visit is called Blue Skies. And this is the Blue Skies founding story. So the founder, who's actually British, moved to Ghana, set up a fruit processing company, employs 6,000 people and has a turnover of $120 million. So it's one of the more successful companies in Ghana, right? So we take our Chinese executives there, they get excited about the business model. Basically, fruits get harvested in the morning, about 7 a.m. they get processed, chopped up, put on planes bound for Europe in the evening, and the next morning they are in shops in Germany, Amsterdam, UK, and so forth. Fresh cut. Very interesting. But then they go, this is your successful business? 2 minutes? Ooh. It is so inefficient. It has so many people. It should rather look something like this, where machines are doing the sorting and so forth. This is a picture of our president cutting sod for this factory. He's very happy because 6,000 jobs is what we're talking about here, right? So our Chinese executives look at this and they go, how do we even build a production system if these are the factors? Then we take them to other companies. This is a Chinese company actually in an industrial park, and they are figuring it out. They are figuring out how to put people into the production system, but also keep automation in there, right? I'm short of time, so I'm just going to show you the pictures. Here's a furniture manufacturing company as well, and so forth. So basically, here is the design challenge, if you will. You have to put a how might we on it, right? You can't see it, but it says how might we, okay, see here, how might we redesign production systems to be jobs-led in the age of automation? And there are so many factors in here. What normally happens is that these executives will say, yeah, this is China 20 years ago, right? And so maybe we just have to go back there, and then we have to remind them, okay, one, your knowledge of how to put people into processes is you're referring to something 20 years ago. Two, you're talking about China. This is not China. So the problem is a lot more complex than you think you understand it. And because of time, I'll just wrap up here. There are a couple of factors in here. So how do you deal with culture? One of the things that normally come up, actually, I'll use this example. One of the Chinese factory owners in Ghana was sharing the story of how he was asking this young lady, you say you don't have money, but you want to take Saturday and Sunday off. How are you ever going to make money? Right? But this young lady says, but I have to rest. And it's like, rest from what? And so there are cultural differences there. If a person has a funeral and it's a close relative, they need 5 days of work. If it's a supervisor, how are you going to deal with that? People will quit their jobs rather than get into a problem with their family because they couldn't come to the funeral, right? There are a lot of factors in here, how you, which parts of the production process needs to be humanized, which parts can be robotized. How do you even do shifts? Now you're dealing with people, not machines, so you have to think about how many shifts are going to make you money. Is it 5? Is it 6? So many factors to consider if you're building this. So we don't have a program on this yet. Normally it will be a design session with stakeholders and so forth. That's where we're going to go. And so I was very excited about this opportunity, and hopefully we can get some ideas from here to build a program on how we can engage our executives to think about this design problem. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Nolan, can we get Nolan back on? Yeah, Gordon, I think wonderful reality, a design challenge. I mean, these things can be framed as design challenges.
Yes.
How do you, in a world of automation, still create a job-led or job-intensive workforce?
Right.
I mean, that's a wicked problem on its own.
Absolutely.
And the role that design and that mindset of design can play in that. Right. So yeah, we'll loop back into some of that just now. Nolan, you back with us?
Yep. Right. Yeah, great.
All right, we're on a tight time scale here, so we'll give you your 10 minutes. Yeah,
Absolutely.
we can see you. Fantastic.
Okay, all right, perfect then. So back again. Thanks, Richard and everybody, for being patient. And This is Nalin, and I'm from India. I represent SNS institutions. So the mission which I'm on to is like how to create 1,000 startups in next 10 years. That's a little crazy dream that myself and my SNS community is trying to put forward with. And this is kind of a very complex problem statement that SNS had by itself taken in the next 1 decade. Wonderful topic that Richard had actually thrown out for me to be part of the panel member. So what I love is like kind of my lovable students, tenors, and my pets. So that keeps me stable enough to come up with beautiful, brilliant solutions moving forward. So when we actually look at whether we see the complexity as a threat or is it an opportunity. So each and every time we see a lot of complex problems that we come across, either we can run away or we can try to find a business solutions and make a career out of it. So at SNS, we try to see each and every problem that we come across to be embraced. Before design thinking, it is kind of very, very challenging for people to navigate through a lot of challenging, complex problems. So now it had become much more easier for us to come up with a systemized approach to see all the challenges as an opportunity and find a synergy between who has a solution and who can actually make a living out of it. So we try to solve all these challenges in a beautiful, systematic framework that SNS is able to derive with the help of design thinking framework. As Richard had actually mentioned, let me start with VUCA, volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and complex problems. Let me start with the first one. So anytime we come across ambiguity, ambiguity is a main source that people come across when they are very uncertain of what they really wanted to do in their life. So we encourage our team members, our students body, and our faculty members, and also the upcoming entrepreneurs to find the purpose for themselves. So if we have a purpose, what we wanted to drive forward, then we will be able to see through such ambiguous solutions with a clear format. Right. Is there a problem again?
Is that his screen or your screen?
No. Presentation. Not in the presentation mode.
We've got
Yep. Now,
yeah.
Now I am. Some interruption happened again.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was talking about the purpose, how we can connect the purpose with the ambiguity. So if the purpose is very much clear, then any clouds that we come across, any ambiguity, any incomprehensible situations that we come across, we will be able to navigate it because the purpose is the sole reason that we can navigate anything towards. So the next comes a volatility. Volatile is like, this is not something new. The VUCA world is existing for almost like several decades and almost like hundreds of years. So the design thinking help us. The first stage of design thinking, that is like empathetical approach. Whatever it is so volatile, we need to first empathize what's the situation, and we need to make sure that everybody start to take accountable for what they are into. When people do not take accountability for what they do, then the volatility becomes very natural and we cannot control any situation. And at any instances, such brittleness or volatility will be coming into play. But that accountable and also empathetical approach will allow us to mitigate such volatile behaviors which we revolve in. Then comes the uncertain situations that we encounter. So we need to have a systematic process that we need to instill in each and every step that we wanted to go towards such empathetical and a purposeful life that we are leading. we have a purpose and we have an empathy, and then if we are able to come up with a systematic process, then such uncertainty can be reduced, and we have to have an adaptable nature to overcome such uncertain situation. So the last one is complex. As we move towards AI world, there are so many data that we need to comprehend, and it is not possible for the human mind to overcome such complex world. So AI comes in handy, and we need to embrace AI to help us how we can overcome such complex scenario or non-linear scenario, and it will allow us to overcome such a VUCA world. So what is the empowering system that SNS works on? We have like the resilience pillars, that is like always start with the purpose, end with process, and we need to empathize the people that we work with. And the competency circle, that is like always have a curious attitude with accountability, improve your logical and business skills to grow, and innovation and AI and the technical skills which we keep coming across each and every decade. We need to keep embrace it and then moving forward. These are the resilience pillars that we educate our students' body and also our upcoming entrepreneurs to overcome any complex scenarios. So we need to see that all the threats that we come across is not a complex one. We need to see as a playground for our growth. And then we should come up with a solution which can be converted into a business solution, and also can it be converted into a startup. So should we see every threat as a threat in this complex world, or should we consider that, hey, that is my playground? Can we have this resilience pillar? Can we have a design thinking and then convert it into a playground for us to build a great business moving forward? So that is what SNS tries to achieve. So if this actually helps out, let us actually join hands to create that 1,000 startup mission in this next 10 years. Thank you so much, Richard and everybody.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Nalan. Let me just check with my timekeeper. So we started early. How much time? 10 minutes. Okay, there we go. I want to pick up on something. There was a bit of a common thread coming through in both Levent and Nalan's presentations around embracing complexity. Nalan mentioned talking about it, change almost the words to turn it into a playground, a place that we can explore and make it fun, I guess. And Levent, you started your presentation with quite a sort of almost scientific approach to complexity and maybe a bit of the mathematics that behind it. How important is language? And maybe I'll start with you, Levent. How important is language when we've got the world of design, which is about creativity and exploration, and then we have this world of complexity, which has its complete own language in some ways, and its own science behind it. And curious to understand your sort of take on how you bring those two disciplines together in a way that doesn't scare people away. Because obviously design has got its own thing and complexity has its own thing. Yeah, I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Well, it's a bit tough, but that's the talent, and that's the art that you put on the table. Yeah, there is this complexity theory, system theory, subsystem theory, optimization, deterministic solutions, stochastic solutions, uncertainty, and all that jazz. But things are simple, actually, if you look at from the design perspective. And as academicians, we have this style of, creating a strange academic language and terminology so that we can have our own club upon which we make publications and certain projects. But in reality, if you're solving problems if you're making design for good. Actually, that theory stuff is not that complex. It's simple to be expressed in simple and very naive terms to discuss things. So I think we are the ones who are making it difficult to understand and comprehend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're our worst own enemies there. And Narland, just coming back to you then on your reframing of a complex space into a playground. Has that helped with the students to, I guess, reduce the fear of the words and the language around complexity, so that it's something that they can embrace and get involved in without really worrying about the science that maybe sits behind complexity?
Yeah, I actually agree with Professor Candlia that we are the one who tries to see a complexity as a complex one, instead of how engineering or the science can be put back towards building a very simple solution. So as he said, and also I agree with him, and also as my presentation had actually said, that the students should start to see the real purposeful, curious life that they can actually move forward. So when we start to do that, they started to realize that, hey, this is just not a complex one. This is something that I can really joyfully do each and every day. And I could see around like 20 to 30% of the students started to experience that as a playground rather than as a complex environment. So, but we have some more days and some more years to travel towards that 100% way to see that as a simpler playground rather than a complex playground.
Yeah. And Gordon, leaping back to you, sort of where the rubber hits the road a bit in some ways with your example. Do you have to expose the fact to the students that this is a complex space? Do you have to use that language, or do you just frame it at this is the reality? You've got to build a kind of creative mindset just to get around it and come up with some solutions.
Right. So I think it's interesting because I think a lot of our students, because they are executives and they are practitioners, they go for the simplicity. They go for the simple framing of the problem and identify one or two factors and say, we just need to do this. And yes, there is beauty in the simplicity, but also then it's important for them to appreciate how complex it is. So I think there's a dance there. I think design thinking does a really good job in helping us frame the solution so that it's the problem so it's actionable. But then as we get in, it's important to also then change the scope and have people understand that yes, you're solving this is internationalization, so it's as easy as bringing what worked in your country to this country, but then there are layers and layers of local context that you need to be able to unpack over a period of time as you build, right? And then you need to also think about what President Trump might do or say down the line. So it's elastic in that sense, but it's a lot easier for us to engage with our students because of their experience and practice, I think.
Then just mindful of time, just maybe some quick closing remarks in the sense of, the space of bringing design in to help deal with complexity in some ways is a new field. There's no theory that necessarily sits behind it. How do we, going forward, prove the impact that it can have? And I'll start with you, Levent.
First of all, you have to sit down and think about the impact of your design, the expected impact. And by employing design thinking principles and co-creation, actually, you're guaranteeing the acceptance and you're going to get some impact out of it. But the thing is, for impact, it's quite hard to measure the impact. I mean, impact is different than the output. You can measure the output, but measuring impact is another art. And it's hard, especially if you're making a design for good. The social impact measurement is something, but really you have to define how are you going to measure your impact. And sometimes design is the first stage, then comes the implementation. And the implementation success and the commitment makes it or creates the impact, actually. So it's not just the design, but the implementation and plus the sustainability of the designs. And so it's not that easy, I mean, to answer your question.
Yeah, well, it touches a little bit on, I think, what Sean mentioned this morning around, I mean, all those challenges are complex challenges.
That's
and
right.
it is about
Absolutely
the impact
right.
and how we measure that afterwards. And in the one case where maybe only there was 20 lives saved, that's a start. There's some data there to work with and build from there. But at least it's starting to produce some data for us to work with that we can measure impact from. Yeah, thank you. Nalan, briefly on your side, how do you measure the impact of the teaching that you do to the students in the mindset and when they leave, and kind of those indicators that, yes, we are preparing them for a world of complexity and the ability to be comfortable with that?
Okay, that's a great question, because whatever we do, if there is no impact and if it is not measured, then it doesn't really have any sense. So each and every institution or each and every organization has its own measurable, impactful ones. What we have done is like each and every activity is mapped with objective and key results. So one such instance, what I could say is like, say, how many startups had been created implementing design thinking and making them to start to work on problems and also start to learn agentic AI or generative AI and make them to move in that innovative space. If that one activity, if we can map it with like the number of startups that we are able to create, then that is one impactful measure that we are having. And once that startup is created, how many employments are being actually given to the community? That is another one that we have it. So likewise, we have around like 10 measurable outcomes that are being connected with the impacts for what we teach. So that is how we have mapped with our impacts, activities, and also measurable outcomes.
Great, thank you, Nalan. And finally, Gordon, from your side, you've got the students that come across from a very different cultural background. You show them a world which is very different to theirs. How do you measure change in their attitudes and understanding, which will then obviously affect the ideas and the approach that they might have on the challenge?
Right, so during the field study program, then it's normally through the debriefing session on whether they decide that, oh, this is just too complex, we're not going to include it in our planning to look at an African market, or they think, oh, it's interesting, we need to launch a few studies, we need to come back, or, you know, or that it's really interesting, they have some ideas about how to engage. Because at the end of the day, on their part, it has to be, you know, jobs, profit, and, you know, complementary social impact on the people, on livelihoods and so forth. So we're able to sort of get different levels of impact on the experience that we give them, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, so very much sort of a self learning journey that the one goes through.
Absolutely,
sense of being. Well, thank you very much, Professor Kandela, Dr. Kumar, and Professor Domza. I think this topic of complexity and design and creativity is such an interesting one because in some ways it's a bit of oil and water trying to find each other. But the reality is it's the world that we live in, and design and creativity has a role to play. And I personally believe there's a lot of work to be done still, but it's great that at least we're having these conversations and trying to understand the impact that it can have. So yeah, thank you very much, and round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don is with us, I guess. I saw Don Norman here. Hello, Don. Bir şey büyütebilir misiniz ekranı? Hello, Don. Your sound, your mic is off, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. You had muted it. Good morning for me. Good evening for everybody else. I'm pleased to be in Turkey.
Thank you. You're welcome. Hello, hello. Then we are at the last panel, the third panel. Then we are just continue with Sirini. Then we are going to talk with you. We are welcoming you from Izmir, from Turkey. And now we are starting the third panel, which is just design thinking and with the learning experience. We just talk about the transformation and then the management of design thinking with the wicked problems. Now is a learning path. I'm just handing over to Hoda Mustafa. Welcome.
Working. All right, here we go. All right. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you for staying on until the third panel and not trickling away and coming back for the closing. So thank you for staying. So today it's a real honor to be able to speak at a panel here at the GDTA conference. GDTA is very close to my heart. It's a big reason why my career trajectory changed, and if you have time, I can chat with you about that later. But I want to kind of build this panel maybe, or segue into this panel maybe, building on two things from the first and the second panel. And the first panel is this idea of adaptability and transformation. And that transformation, we have a lot of assumptions and biases around what adaptability is and what transformation is. And sometimes in higher education it's a little different, or in education it's a little different. And here we have three speakers, and they're going to introduce themselves, that really have very diverse perspectives, but also very interesting takes on how adaptability in higher education can often happen even at the micro level and then scale to the macro level. And another thing I want to build on is this idea of uncertainty. So adaptability and uncertainty are two things human beings are not comfortable with, right? We don't like to change, and we don't like uncertainty, right? It's human nature. It's the way our brains are wired, how we develop from an evolutionary sense to become human beings. And it requires a lot of design. By design, it requires intent. And this is what drew me to design thinking in the first place. So I'm going to actually let our presenters introduce themselves, and we're going to kind of do it a little differently. And I'm going to start with Matt, who is Professor of Mechanical Engineering and the Director of the Learning Factory. Tell us a little bit about yourself and something that will surprise the audience.
You've surprised me. My name is Matt Parkinson. I'm a professor of engineering design and mechanical engineering at Penn State University back in the United States. There I'm a director of the Learning Factory, which is our equivalent of the D School. So we coordinate industry-sponsored projects, about 250 to 300 of those a year for several thousand students. And it's a great pleasure that I get to be involved with that. Something about me that would surprise people.
Or even interesting.
Something interesting. love what I do. I don't know that that's interesting. I have a first-year engineering design course that I teach back at Penn State. I think many of my students will have joined the live stream, and that is one of my very favorite things that I get to do, so shout out to them. I'm really tall, so I play basketball. Maybe that's not a surprise. So.
Yeah, when I first saw Matt, first thing I saw him, I'd never met him in person, and I've known you for, what, maybe 4 years or something. You're much taller than I thought you were. So that was, that's not so interesting, but surprising for me at least. Jacob, so Dr. Jacob Reeves, introduce yourself from Western University in Canada.
Yeah, so hi everybody. I'm Jake Reeves. I'm an assistant professor at the Thompson Center for Engineering Leadership and Innovation at Western University in Canada. I work in kind of the intersection between the business school and the engineering school, with the mandate of trying to pull in more professional skills to our engineers so that they're better prepared to move out into the real world, where things are not quite as clean cut as it is in their notebooks and in their design challenges we often present them with. Something interesting, my students might be surprised to find that I spend most of my time thinking about how to make them question the mindsets that I valued when I was an engineer. I think a lot of what makes engineers great is that we're great problem solvers. The problem with that is that we tend to jump to solutions, and we bypass half of the process. And so a lot of what I end up doing now is trying to think about how I can undo those mindsets that did me really well when I was in their position, but then I realized maybe wasn't the complete picture. So I guess surprising is I'm still learning what it means to be an engineer in this world. So, yeah.
Learning forever. Perpetual
Constantly.
student. All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Jacob. And by the way, I was born and raised in Canada, so, and my father actually did his residency at the university where, so it's a very small world.
Very small.
All right, Professor Yassine.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here today at Yaşar Üniversity, hosting the Global Design Thinking Alliance annual conference in our beautiful city of Izmir. I'm an educator as a faculty member at Science Culture Department, and I'm a researcher and also director of an Open and Distance Learning Research Center. It's not easy to find interesting thing about me, but I can define myself as an architect of educational innovation for our university.
Thank you very much. So I think as academics, we think we're uninteresting, but I'm sure you're very interesting people. All right, so I'm Hoda Mustafa, and I'm a professor of practice at the American University in Cairo, Egypt. And I'm very lucky because my position is practitioner. I get to experiment, I get to explore, I get to connect with people, I get to collaborate, I get to do the kinds of things with GDTA, so I'm very blessed. This is what is interesting about me. And there are very few of us at the university, and most universities don't have this position. We borrowed it from Columbia University, so. So I'm going to kick us off with questions. We have some questions. We're going to have more of an interactive panel, build on each other's ideas in the spirit of design thinking. But before we start, I think we all need to acknowledge the fact that even though we're in very stressful and uncertain times, like Uli said this morning, sometimes you wake up and the world doesn't seem like a good place, and that the whole theme of this conference, or the inspiration of this conference, was design for good. How can design thinking really contribute to making the world a better place? And I'm a firm believer that higher education, regardless of what you read in the media in the United States about people and students questioning the value of a degree, I still think that we're not going to go out of business anytime soon. We're all going to have jobs. Students are still going to need some kind of space and place and people that can guide them and help them navigate learning. And it's time to reaffirm our commitment to the value of higher education, the enduring value of co-creation and reimagining our roles as instructors and students and faculty and administrators. And design thinking is a great way of bringing those core values to the surface. So I'm going to start off with it's actually just a quote from the World Economic Forum that gave us this idea for this panel, that the best way to address challenges in higher education, and this was talking about AI, is to focus on our humanity and mission as educators and to become better humans. become better at what we do, to rethink what we do, to reimagine what we do. And I think this is really core to what we're going to talk about today in the panel. So I'm going to start off maybe with Matt, and then we'll jump over, go back and forth. We're all familiar with design thinking mindsets, such as empathy, experimentation, prototyping, co-creation, testing. How can this process or these mindsets, these values, shape how educators and institutions adopt and adapt to this changing educational landscape at a macro level or at a micro level? And can you share some examples from your institutions? We'll start with Matt.
Sure. So this is something that I've been thinking a lot about for the last, basically since the last D.Conference a year ago, when we talked a lot about AI. I think the philosophical question of how we become better people is more relevant now than it's been in maybe a long time. I think that there are a lot of pressures to be polarized, to not associate with people that are different than you are. I think AI poses an interesting threat in that as design practitioners, it can help us to create the artifact or the widget, the thing that we're trying to make. But that's not the reason we do design, or not the whole reason why we do design. A big part of why we do design is to change us as people. We come out of that process with different skills, with empathy. We've learned new things. And I think the use of AI in design thinking, if done improperly, poses a threat to that, which then affects our ability to become good people and these other kinds of things. So as an educator, I've been trying to think, how can I help my students to look outside of themselves, to be comfortable with people that are different than they are and ideas that are different than theirs, and how can I help them to continue to develop and grow in an age where they can ostensibly have every answer at their fingertips. And I think design thinking is a fundamental answer to both of those questions, because it allows us to interact with people that are different. It allows us to experience empathy and see things from different viewpoints. It allows us to use AI as a tool. And I think Lili had a great example or a great phrase, not to outsource the thinking part. So I think design thinking, if practiced properly, is an answer to a lot of those questions. And so that's something I've been trying to incorporate into my courses now at the university, and that many other faculty are doing as well.
Oftentimes when faculty that we consult with ask about, why design thinking, I say embedded in the values, mindsets, and process is like a secret recipe for how you can make an activity more engaging with the students, get a better outcome out of something like a student project, right? And you're at the Learning Factory, maybe we'll have time to come back and talk about that as well, because you have a unique kind of view on how learning factories work and how they can transform education as well. Professor Yassine, what are your thoughts on how design thinking can really change?
Yeah, as Matt mentioned, education, after all, is one of the greatest design challenges of our time, because it's not just shapes the knowledge, it's also changed the peoples, the societies, and the futures. So we are living in a world that is more diverse, more dynamic, and unpredictable than ever before. So the technological disruptions, shifting economies, and the global crisis, and the rise of AI, rapidly changing the skills, the mindsets, and the values learners need to thrive. So education today faces a paradox. On one side, the world is changing faster than ever. The new technologies, the new skills, the new challenges. And on the other side, many of our schools, our universities, still follow the models designed for the last century. So this creates a gap. And on one side, the students often feel that they are disengaged, and on the other side, teachers feel that they are limited. And society misses the opportunities to unleash the human potential. So the question is, how do we design the learning systems that are flexible, inclusive, meaningful, and impactful for our lifetime, not only just a diploma? So this is where the design thinking becomes transformative for us. it is more than just a set of tools. It's a kind of mindset. It's empathy, experimentation, prototyping, and collaboration that help us to adapt responsibly to a changing landscape. When we applied it to education, the empathy push us to understand the diverse needs of our learners, especially those who often left unheard. On the other hand, experimentation and prototyping allow us to test small changes before scaling them and make our organizations, make our institutions more agile. And then collaboration ensures that our students, educators, and communities co-create solutions together. I think that's enough.
Yes. I love how you've kind of, the process of how design thinking can kind of seamlessly move into like even institutional decision making. And I remember the first time I tried to pitch design thinking for a workshop for our president's office, and he's like, "What's design thinking? You know, I just need a workshop." And then we did the workshop and we used design thinking, and he said, "You know, this is really interesting. How did you do this?" It's like, it's design thinking. So it's, people don't realize, you know, the power until they actually experience it. And in institutional decision making, I think in higher education is well known for being a very, very slow process to change. And when you're in the midst of higher education, you start to realize why that happens, because it's just such a big system and such a complex system. Jacob, what are your thoughts on, I mean, either at the classroom level, because you know you're very immersed in teaching, but how does design thinking, all the mindsets and process, how do you see that as being an integral part of higher education?
Yeah, I think when I think back on my personal experiences with design thinking, whether it's in product development or looking at different processes and seeing them a different way, it really comes down to moments through the design thinking process that help me see the world in a different way and from somebody else's perspective in a different lens. And that's when I realized that all those assumptions I had about the constraints that I was facing that were making this really challenging kind of disappear and dissolve a little bit. And I think if we look at higher education, one fundamental assumption that we maybe have and hold is that how we're doing it today is concrete or finite or static. And really what we have today, this idea of a lecture hall, somebody up at the front of the auditorium talking to you, whatever, how that manifests, it seems like it's manifesting in a similar way here as it is back in Canada, because the lecture hall very well could have come from my university. But that in and of itself is an experiment. And if we just shift our mindset a little bit by applying design thinking to recognize that the way we're doing things today is itself an experiment, that opens us up to change things big time. And by involving co-creation and maybe recognizing that, you can then go to all of your different collaborators and the stakeholders who are involved and get them into the design process of how are we going to change things in the future? How would you rather learn? And go back to the core of why do people even come to higher education? And if we revisit those assumptions, then the whole game could change.
And that's, I guess, a big part of the power of co-creation and getting those different perspectives. I guess also the elephant in the room, so to say, of the driver for why we're re-examining higher education and the value of higher education, or the value even of assessing students or issuing credentials, is AI. And sometimes I say to myself, I'm getting really sick of AI. You know, I just want to go back to a time when there was no AI, but we can't do that. And when we talk to faculty about it, and we tell them, design as if it's ubiquitous, it's there, it's everywhere, and set that as a constraint, and then design your courses that way, design your learning that way, design your university that way. And I think as a disruptor, even though a lot of people may not agree that it is a disruptor, but it is, in my mind, a disruptor. Design thinking allows us to think about the human part of any kind of change. So let's talk a little bit about what we call human in the loop and human oversight, and how us as faculty or as parts of these institutions can shape the way AI transforms our higher education. What would it look like? What would an AI-supported education system look like? And how can we maybe borrow from design thinking to ensure that we build the types of environments that preserve the the core tenets of higher education, like issuing credentials to students when they graduate, building trust, making sure that students develop the skills that they need. What does human oversight look like in your mind for both educators and learners as well? Complicated question. We're here to unpack all the complexity around higher education.
You want me to start?
Why don't we shift and maybe start with Jacob and then shift the order a little bit?
Sure. I mean, as you said, the human still needs to be in the loop. At the end of the day, we're trying to solve human-based problems. And so if we take the human out of the loop, it's never going to work. We're not necessarily going to get to, we may get to a solution, but is it the right solution? Is it even in the right direction? When the whole AI boom really kicked off a couple years ago, initially my reaction was, isn't this great? I'm never going to have to do assessment ever again. I hate marking. Reality is that's probably still a ways away. Certainly, I'm still marking things as we are today. But it caused me to question, with all of the fear surrounding AI in higher education, why is this fear there? And so I took time, not last semester, but the preceding one, with my class, because I had a captive audience and they couldn't go anywhere. There was only one exit. And I talked to them for about half an hour about a survey that came out of our university showing that students want to be able to use AI, but they don't want their professors to use AI. And so I tried to dig a little bit deeper at that, and it took 10 minutes before we got through the really basic answers, and then it started getting at more of the human elements. And the two that struck me the most was they're afraid that they're going to be held to impossible standards, and that AI surely can know just about everything, and how can they ever be expected to compete with that? And so if it's going to be assessing them, is it assessing them based on the right criteria? And so that brings up that transparency and trust have to be integral to the process of developing AI in higher education and applying it there. The other thing that really surprised me was it took about 25 minutes into the conversation before a student said it, but they really cared about my opinion in evaluation. And so they want to be evaluated by me because they want to know what I think about their ideas. And so it's not enough for them to put their proposed solution into an AI and ask it about their proposed solution, how good it is. They want a reasonably critical and a human lens to be a part of that evaluation. And that was, I don't know, that was something that surprised me, I guess is flattering. They still want professors in the loop in that respect. But those were kind of two human elements that came out of that conversation that I wasn't necessarily expecting, but because I had the conversation, we got there.
That's a very interesting story, by the way, and students will always surprise us when we ask them what they think. And we encourage our faculty at our university to, the first thing is have a conversation with your students about everything from co-designing the syllabus, co-designing how they're going to be assessed, choosing their projects. So to have these kinds of, this mindset of that learning is a collaborative, cooperative, human experience, and you're building something together. And this invites us to rethink our roles also in higher education. Are we really, they care about our opinion, but are we the only source of information for them? And how we can build this kind of hybrid approach to higher education where humans, their roles kind of change in a sense. And I think also Linlin had part of, those principles of I can't remember what you called it, but it was something about that hybrid experience or that mixed mode of technology and human. And Dr. Yassine, I know you're in the online learning space, and there's a huge potential for that. We were testing some AI tutors, and it was very, very interesting. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, design thinking helps us on the stage and encourage us to see the learners not passive recipients of knowledge. They are active co-designers of their own learning journeys. So let's imagine a classroom. Students define the problems that matters to them on their communities. And let's think about that learning pathways are flexible, interdisciplinary, and connect to the real-world scenarios, challenges. And diversity is celebrated as a source of innovation, not a barrier to overcome. So And most important thing, it reminds us that education is not just about knowledge delivery. It's about designing experiences that empower agency, equity, and engagement. Let me give some examples from our university, from our own journey. At Yaşar Üniversitesi, we apply these mindsets in several different ways. We use co-creation workshops with our students, with our faculty members, to redesign our curricula. Instead of simply transferring the lectures to the screens, we ask a different question. How can we create a space where learners feel connection and belonging? And then, based on their feedbacks, we not only shape the content, we also want to learn how they wanted to learn. They want to learn from through a project, through a simulation, or any collaborative challenges. And these results shows that they prefer more interactive and human-centered learning experiences. So we use rapid prototypings not only in our classrooms, we also at the institutional level, we change our minds. And we integrate some extended reality solutions and digital tools to create an immersive learning environment. But instead of just adapting these platforms or these tools, we ask how can these tools deepen engagement? Because the important questions for us, I think this. For example, we use extended reality to create immersive simulations, but always with a human oversight to ensure that they enhance rather than replace our educators. And then we explore how design principles can guide institutional strategies from governance to community engagement. We are piloting some programs where students learn how AI works while also reflecting on its ethical and social impacts. Our aim is not a blind adaptation, but critical, creative, and responsible use important for us. So these experiences show us that we apply design thinking in education. We don't change our classrooms, but we open the doors to more inclusive and meaningful futures.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Matt.
Jake mentioned earlier that if we let go of the idea that our courses are precious, that they're prototypes, that they're evolving, that can be really enabling. And I think that's certainly true. At the university, we have a set of guidelines for how AI can be used responsibly, whatever, and I have never read those. But
we write those.
That's right. I apologize. I feel like it's my responsibility with the idea that this course is a prototype that's always evolving and that we're trying to get better at, to redesign my course so that the students are going to use AI. Like that's going to happen. And if my course is well designed, then they'll be able to use it in whatever way they choose and still achieve the learning outcomes that I would like them to have. And so I've had to restructure my course and change the kinds of questions that I ask and the kinds of experiences that they have. And you mentioned earlier the Learning Factory. It's at our university, our Learning Factory. We have 40,000 square feet. What is that? I can't remember. Some 7,000 square meters of maker space. And so we have 4,000 students a year come in and use our maker space to produce prototypes. And AI can't do that. And so requiring the hands-on aspects of things and the experiential parts of things is one way that we've addressed that I think is important. But there's other ways of changing the course too that can allow students to use the tool as a tool, but we're not outsourcing the thinking, again, to borrow the phrase from earlier.
We're borrowing from previous panels. We're cheating. All right. Well, when you were all talking, I was thinking of two interesting areas for the audience to explore further that relate to design thinking, but they don't call themselves design thinking, right? And there's so many examples of ways of learning, ways of doing things that when you look at them, it's like, oh, that kind of looks like design thinking. And there's so many examples, and we can chat about that maybe in the Q&A. But we had a guest who came to speak at our university, and he wrote a series of books around relationship-rich education. And I can't remember the name of his second book, but his name is Peter Felton, and he's the director of the Center for Engaged Learning at Elon University. And his work and his team's work and his co-author's work is really phenomenal because it centers trust and transparency and relationships, which is basically empathy and understanding, which is design thinking. And this connection and trust and belonging, we know from learning science that students won't learn in a space where they don't feel safe. Students won't internalize and move things from their short-term memory to their long and the metacognitive kinds of thinking skills or the higher order thinking skills we want them to adopt and those outcomes we want them to achieve don't happen in a space where they don't feel like they're part. And I think Dr. Yassine was talking about being part of it, and Jake was talking about this relation. They want that relationship with you as a professor. They care about what you think about their work, and they want your input. And spaces like the Learning Factory, where it's collaborative. You know, they're bumping into each other and they're asking for help, and there's a lot of peer instruction, I'm sure, happening. So that's something, and I encourage you to read the book. He has another book, I remember the name now, called Connections, I think, or Everything. Connections Are Everything. That's a really, really good follow-up book because it centers the student. The first book is about educators, and the second one is about students. I encourage you to look at his work. The second thing is something, every year we run the National Survey of Student Engagement. I'm sure you do too. It's a US-centered student survey. There's a version for faculty, but the NESE is like our gold standard for students. We look at it, we compare ourselves, we benchmark, we compare ourselves to other institutions. And there was a question that I always would stop and look at the data every year, which is a question to students in their first year and their last year. My coursework challenges me to do my best work. And it's on a scale of how much they agree with that statement. And I remember one year, we were much lower than other institutions. Keep it between friends here. And we started working on it extensively because if our students don't feel challenged, if they're not engaged, then we're not doing something right. You know, we need to get our act together. So this idea of co-creation can really help build more challenging learning experiences, even if they're using a tool like AI. And some people have been talking about this idea of augmented learning and the hybrid brain and how the future of how we think is going to be transformed. I encourage you to look at Sarah Eaton's work out of University of Calgary. She talks about the post-plagiarism era and how plagiarism is not going to matter maybe in a couple of years. It's going to be just some kind of a hybrid way of looking at knowledge creation. I have some differences of opinion about that, but it's an interesting debate and an interesting proposition. I'm thinking that we have, Jeanne, we have some time. We haven't had opportunity for questions at all since the beginning of the day. So why don't we stop for 5 minutes and take a breath for the panelists and see if there are any questions in the audience. Questions or comments? We've got lots more questions for the panel, but... Okay, Maria. All right, is there a mic that someone can... Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, actually, I was sitting and thinking, why didn't we have questions at the previous panels? And it would be great. I was sure that you'll give a chance to have. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for a deep discussion. And I have a couple of questions. Well, with artificial intelligence, let's go a little bit step back from the university to the school. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Because
they come to us from schools.
Yes, schools. And other schools, there is a big discussion worldwide about a necessity of the homework, even at the governmental level. Because the school children, they do not homework by their own, and everyone knows that. And even parents, they try to give an example to their kids and to teach them to work with AI. So if there is any task in maths, you know, and physics, everywhere, they do it, and it's a properly done work. And, you know, there is a question of discipline, because when we talk about design thinking, we talk about the culture of work, actually, and the culture of making things with its rules and guiding principles like empathizing, like making iterations, whether you like it or not. You have to go back and forth, and something like this to go to the results step by step. And the new kids who come to the schools and the university, they do not like it's world discipline. They do not like it at all. They like creativity. They have an opportunity to drop everything and to drop what they've done, and this will be okay for them. But when we are talking about higher education, it is more some kind of a sustainable way of behavior, some kind of a disciplined behavior, conscious behavior towards making things. And this very strong ambition to go to the end of what you are doing. This is being laid down. And the formats you were talking about, talked about, are about this. You intend to have interested students, highly disciplined students, students who read and anticipate what you try to show them, students who like to learn, but now there is another problem at the schools, if you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How do you think, all of you, dear experts, to anticipate this ambiguity and to anticipate this challenge to the higher education? Thank you.
I think that's everybody's challenge who has ever taught a freshman class in the last 2 years. Who'd like to take that question?
I guess I'll
Jake.
try to start. It's hard for me to empathize with that because I was the student who did every question, but it was mostly because I was terrified that I wasn't smart enough to compete or whatever. And so out of fear of failure, I did that. But I think the thing that I think about now with homework and how do you get students involved in the class if they don't want to go and do that? It needs to come down to understanding what their motivation is with being there in the first place and finding projects or some kind of an application of the theory that fits their stream. I'm less concerned in my class about whether or not they get the right answer because I don't honestly believe there's always a right answer to most of the questions that I pose. If there was, it wouldn't be a very interesting class. But trying to have them realize where did they stumble along the way when they propose something to me and we can have this discussion live in class, then I can question them and hopefully that starts to change their mindset a little bit about how deeply they need to think about something. And in doing so, recognizes that what they're putting forward as their answer in and of itself is a prototype, and it's an experiment. And it's okay to fail, because you don't have to have the right answer when you answer that question. But maybe you're going to start questioning yourself a little bit more, and maybe you'll start sharing your thoughts more, and by doing so, become more productive. If that kind of makes...
There are a lot of people also who have been talking about just doing away with homework and moving things into the classroom and to do more peer instruction and more collaborative work in the classroom, more active learning, because the learning science points us towards the more effort or effortful learning reinforces those neural networks that lead to learning at the end. So a lot of, when I consult with faculty, I'll tell them, well, you have a 3-hour workshop with them or a 6-hour studio or 75 minutes twice a week. What are you doing in that time? It's precious time with them. If you're lecturing, reconsider. Maybe you want to post your lectures online and spend that time observing their learning and creating opportunities for them to learn in real time, right? In the real world. My kids are teenagers, and it's like in IRL, is that like in real life? Real, on the ground kind of learning. So yeah, we'll take another question, and maybe someone else from the panel can answer.
Great conversation at the end of the day. I love your insights. I've been studying and working in design thinking for 16 years, and yesterday came across this term that today there are only 3 realities: death, taxes, and AI. And my question is at the other end of Maria's question. Your students pass out and then they join industry. Do you face pressures or demands from the corporate side on bringing in more AI into the curriculum, or impacting the education by making it more AI friendly, AI focused, or what have you? How has that happened, and what has been your experiences, and what are some of the stories there?
Matt, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so I could talk about this from the perspective of the US, where AI the CEO of Ford estimated that AI was going to replace 50% of their white-collar workforce within the next decade, right? Like these kinds of things. And so we do get a lot of pressure from companies. And so I mentioned earlier, we run a number of industry-sponsored projects. They would like the students to be AI conversant. They'd like them to know how to use it and use it as a tool and use it effectively. Students that are able to demonstrate that they can do that in some fashion have been very successful getting jobs, and those, the prospects maybe aren't as great for those that don't. One of the challenges that we face, and this has been shared with us, with industry, is really what industry needs are a bunch of mid-career engineers. Because the entry-level engineers, the AI can kind of do that. Mm-hmm. And so they need the mid-career engineers that can look out and recognize bad answers to questions, that can understand the right way to pose questions, that can understand how to use this AI like it's a member of the team. And the novice employees really struggle with that. Well, then the problem is, how do you make mid-career engineers if they never start? And so that's something that we're trying to address as industry has been pushing us towards that. How do we provide more experience for our students, get them more opportunities for real-life kinds of things so that they become mid-career engineers, as it were, from the very beginning? And that's, again, a place where the hands-on projects, experiential learning, all these kinds of things can really help with that.
What's reassuring is that everything you're mentioning, we already have the pedagogies for that. We already have the instructional recipes and strategies for that. It's just been not front and center as much as it should be, and now it's an opportunity for us to accelerate those.
Yeah, there's a financial incentive, right?
Yeah, there's a financial incentive to produce or to create opportunities. And you'll get, if you're teaching in the humanities or the social sciences, you get a lot of pushback from those faculty who, or those programs, who don't think it's really their job to create a workforce, right, for industry. Their jobs are different. They want discerning minds. They want people who can think critically. They want people who can lead the world, be change agents. So you have this dichotomy in higher education, the clash of the disciplines, right? And maybe we should just do away with disciplines, but that's another conversation. We have another question, maybe. Yes?
So for me, I'm hearing over and over and again the word challenging, and I take also what you say, Jacob, about motivation. My question is, have you ever actually challenged students to be AI versus students, so the students can actually see where is their value and where it has their value, and where AI is actually limited, and where is the human part with the students, and therefore maybe that could be like the motivation. If yes, how do you transform like this difference to the motivation part to see it as a tool, but as a complementary, how you just mentioned it, as a complementary partner in your team?
That's a really excellent question. Are you a student?
Yes.
Oh, great question. Great question. I'm going to do a shout out for the Harvard Meta Lab. They have a series, and also the University of Maine have a series of classroom activities that do exactly what? What's your name? Paula. Exactly what she's talking about, which is provide teachers with in-class activities where students actually experience, this is what AI can do, can you do better? Or do it yourself, do with AI and compare. And then students come to the realization of their own value, and it gets them really motivated. Also explore Anna Mills' work. I can't remember the name of the college she's at, but she does phenomenal work if you teach writing. And she has a technique where it's a partnership between the AI and the students. And she teaches writing, which if you teach writing, you know that AI is the biggest threat to the college essay. If you still use the college essay, you know. But that's an excellent question. Does anyone want to comment? Would you like to comment on that, Dr. Yassin?
Let me add something like that. Design thinking can help us to define the roles for human judgment, ensuring the educators remain decision makers, and the algorithms suggest the learning pathways. So it will be helpful, I think, for us.
Yeah, all right. Jake?
I can also just kind of touch on it a little bit. I think the most important thing, as you mentioned there, is experimentation. There's been so much fear at a faculty level that AI is just going to undermine everything that we do because it gets to answers quickly. But if you actually watch students use it, they're not good at it. And they're really often very poor at using AI. And so bringing it into the classroom in a way where it can be an amplifier in terms of their output, but they need to fail. And they need to see, like you're saying, where it's valuable, what it's good at, what it's bad at, and how maybe they iterate 3 or 4 times with that prompt that they're putting in, or what tasks they're trying to delegate to it. And as Hoda was saying, define where their value is, and recognize just how much power they have over this tool, and that it is a tool that they can use. But it has to be live experimentation under supervision or under independent learning if they're going to do it at home. But I've come across very few students who have taken the hours necessary at home to experiment and learn and document and understand where their value is relative to the AI value.
I'll give another shout out to Eylon University. They're reimagining the future. Well, what is it? Reimagining the Internet Center was rebranded, and Lee Rainey leads that center now. Reimagining the Digital Future, I think, is the name of the center. But they released a report. We were actually talking about it over dinner last night. They released a report on being human in the age of AI, and they identified, is it 12 or 15 attributes of those core human traits that, regardless of how advanced AI becomes, the 300 experts who are surveyed think that these are going to remain core to us as human beings. It's our prime value. To your question, Paula, if students can understand their inherent value of, empathy and connection and criticality and creativity, an AI can be creative, but maybe not the same way a human can be creative. So that's also a really good. The executive summary is very long, but the visuals are amazing. So I encourage you also to go. You've got a lot of homework. Where's Maria? I'm giving you some homework. All right, so I'm going to ask another question to the panel. We're going to skip one. I'm going to go to the next to last question, and then there's a surprise question at the end, which it's in the notes, but anyway. So we've been talking a little bit about the micro level. Classroom projects, approaches that we can use with faculty, student-faculty interaction, what happens in the classroom, should we assign homework or not? We've been having some really good conversations about that. But how can design thinking, and this is actually one of my passion projects, how can design thinking feed into broader organizational strategies to transform, adapt, change, whatever word you want to use, higher education, and influence the kinds of policies, like policies that some faculty really love and that you don't read, or faculty, policies that, institutions really care about, but students, think they're useless. How can design thinking really help us move from that micro level to that changing the whole institution? What are your thoughts on that? Maybe we'll start with Dr. Yassine. You get to go first. Whoever goes last runs out of ideas, so you have to change the order.
Thank you. Yeah, for designing for good in e-learning is not just about improving the education, or not. It's just about making our schools are better. I think it's shaping the world we live in. So to achieve this, we must shift our approach from designing for learners to designing for them. So this it means that we need to create learning experiences that are truly inclusive, ensuring no one left behind. It also requires us to prepare people from not just a career. We must equip them with the skills for a lifetime growth and resilience and meaningful contribution to society. So, as Don Norman says, I think we have to move from human-centered to humanity-centered approach. And education can be most powerful place that we can make this transformation happen.
Jake?
Yeah, so how can we use design thinking to improve our own educational system.
Yeah, at an institutional level, like
at
what?
an institutional level. I think the biggest challenge there is getting faculty members and people at the institutional level to participate in that design thinking and recognize, again, that like all of these processes that they're putting in place are in of themselves experimental and can be changed. And just getting the time to get people together to have an honest conversation about what the goals should be and what the underlying jobs to be done are. But design thinking is excellent at getting at that. So if you can get people in the room together, and maybe you don't call it design thinking because it doesn't have to be labeled that way per se. You just need to get people having honest conversations, and then that will air different perspectives. And then that's where the design thinking mindsets come in, because now we start playing these perspectives off of each other to see how we can change things for the better. And where one faculty or department has assumptions in the ways that things work and other ones don't, and learn from each other that way.
All right. Matt. Magic wand time, if you had a magic wand.
Yeah, it's a really hard question because I think many universities feel kind of under threat right now for a variety of reasons. There's many are under-enrolled. There's universities closing all over the world, and students. The prospect of debt, the prospect of training that maybe is not as relevant as they would hope it could be. Maybe they can just go and get something very specific to what they want to do. They can obtain that in other ways. So I think it kind of macro levels, universities are very concerned with survival. And that means they're looking a lot at budgets and at enrollment and a lot of these kinds of things, and it's hard to get them to look in other places for how to address those kinds of problems. And so I understand why it's challenging to do that, and I wish that that I maybe had easier access to the people that are involved with that process, so we could introduce some of those kinds of things. And I really don't. And so from my perspective, I just try and do what I can with the levers that I can pull. And so we try and create a lot of opportunities that I think are really important for a lot of students. And in the US, we have the movie Field of Dreams, right? If you build it, they will come. And we've largely operated under the assumption that if we provide amazing opportunities for students to do this kind of thing, that they will gravitate towards those, and we can affect change in that way, even if maybe we can't affect change at the macro university level.
Yeah, show, don't tell. It just remind me of that. Another thing I've been also reflecting on is the way design thinking encourages us to think is this idea of thinking in a very divergent manner and then converging on ideas, and then thinking in a very divergent manner and then converging on new ideas and reframing problems and all of this. And I don't think that most higher education institutions do such a good job of doing that, because many of the decisions are taken by senior leaders or the very high level. But design thinking allows those two spaces to collide at first, I think, in a good way. It's important for them to collide first, and then in that kind of space, in that chaos, then things start to emerge, and that's like the first stage of all of this happening. But what I'm hoping, all of us as design thinking practitioners and educators will maybe take away from this conference is that the way we think about the world has a lot of influence in the spaces that we are in, and that we do have influence, even like you said, even if it's just the course you teach or the unit you lead or your learning factory or whatever. There's a lot of ways in which it can trickle up to the higher level of the decision making. I'm going to have another question for the panelists, but I'm going to leave some time at the end also for questions, so prepare your questions. And we'll end on a hopeful note before the break. What's your most aspirational hope? Like thinking in a dreamlike state of what you would love to see. What's your hope for higher education in the future? You're all smiling, so that's very, very positive frame of mind to be in. Jake.
I guess mine's fairly simple, which is that I would hope that higher education becomes a place where the broader community feels comfortable bringing problems to, so that we can be a bigger part of change in society in general, and changing and empowering people to solve problems. So more community collaboration is, and having that be second nature, where any citizen in a city feels like they can approach the university without fear of judgment or anything like that, and learn something new, just because.
All right. Less of that kind of elite status of higher education, more available, more accessible. Yeah. Dr. Yassin.
Yeah, I think they are not static systems. They are dynamic and they are evolving designs. So we will continue to improve these continuously. Creating the new learning experiences. We try to create new solutions, I think. So we have to empower our students, our stakeholders, I think.
Empower our stakeholders, yes, definitely. Maybe let go of the control, I think, where there's a lot of control in higher education. Maybe let go of that control and let people work together to, yeah, that would be great. Ideal state, aspirational.
That it works.
That it all works out and we still have jobs in 10 years.
I have 4 kids. They're all in university now. And I think as I interact with my classes that I hope that someone is putting the same care and attention into their experience as I'm trying to put into mine. And I feel like if we all kind of do that for each other, that stuff will be okay. I think universities are a wonderful place for students to learn who they are, to learn who the people around them are, and to have amazing experiences. And it's a little bit of a timeout, and there aren't many times in your life when you really get to have that kind of exploration and the opportunity to fail and succeed and experience new things and try new stuff. And it's really a miracle that it's even possible, and I hope it continues to work and works even better than it ever has before.
Well, that's a great way to end the panel. We are on time. We have time for questions, right? Do I get a prize for finishing on time? We have time for questions. We have 5 minutes, right? Okay. Do we have any questions? Okay, at the back.
Yes.
Lebanon.
Lebanon, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I come from Lebanon, and we're the recent chapter of GDTA. And we have recently revamped our curriculum to include design thinking in our foundation year. And to say that it's a challenge is an understatement. So my question for you guys is, if you have tricks up your sleeve for students that come from a war zone area, yes, how do you reframe their mind thinking? Telling them the design thinking is the future, telling them, let's sit down, let's discuss, let's diverge, let's converge. So I don't know if you have tricks up your sleeve. Matt's shaking his head.
I can't even imagine that experience.
It's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
No, I think safety is very important. So design thinking, it creates space for, I've always felt like safe conversations where students can share their stories, empathize with each other, and reflect, I guess, on their own experiences before they go into learning. Like part of a freshman year experience, like every university has that freshman year, where they get a chance to maybe identify their the path that they are hoping to take in university, like how they can transform and continue, like the resilience of continuing. But it's hard for me to say that because I don't come from a war-torn country. So it is, we'd have to, I think the like-minded, being able to be part of a community that have similar experiences, lived experiences. It's very hard, I think, and this is maybe one of the critiques I have of design thinking. I've always felt that there are certain things that it's really hard to empathize with because you haven't lived anywhere near the type of experience that someone has lived. Things like extreme poverty or a lack of resources that we all take for granted in our life. But design thinking at least opens the window for that to happen. Because if that window doesn't even exist, then there's no hope for humanity at all, right? We lose our humanity.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
you're doing great work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think one place to start, I imagine myself in that situation, would be to acknowledge that I don't know anything about that experience, and you probably are closer to it than I am. But that's an opportunity to start employing some of the design thinking skills, right? Is to acknowledge that this is a new area for us and to ask for their help in designing an experience that would be meaningful for them. And that might be a way to approach it.
We have some more questions, so maybe we'll take the question. Yes? You can use the mic just for our watch party. I don't even know if, they're still there? Okay.
Refugees in Gaziantep at the moment, and I'm obviously not from that region, but we're using trauma-informed design thinking at the moment with that, because we're exactly as you said, Matt, we're so distant from it, but we're working with refugees who themselves have been through what they've been through. They're our facilitators, and then in turn working with Syrian children, trying to hopefully help them to rebuild some aspect of their country. So it's almost you can add pieces from all my work in design thinking over many years in Ireland and all around the world. You can add other pedagogies to design thinking to suit your purpose, but you always must have designer humility as to how far you can bring it. And that empathy sometimes isn't going to bring you all the way there, but to use whatever is at your disposal to have that humility. So that was just a comment. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing this, the humility piece as well. And on the, again, I'm throwing out resources here, but Mais Hamed at Connecticut College, her work in trauma-informed pedagogy is really, really very, very interesting. And also Peter Filton has a lot of work on trauma-informed pedagogy that we rely on as well at our center. Does anyone have a comment? You want to follow up on that?
Just kind of to that point, and what Hoda was saying earlier is empathy is really, really tough. And empathy is one tool in the design thinking toolkit. If empathy was the answer, we wouldn't need co-creation. And so we have to go back and forth. When there are times where we're completely not the appropriate person to be involved in that, then encouraging that other person through their storytelling to bring to life the issues is the best way I can think of to do it.
Yeah, and the humility piece of you're not an expert, right?
Yeah.
Being able to say you're nowhere near an expert, you're going in with that in mind. We had another question, I think. Do we have time for one more question? No? We good? All right, and with that, I want to thank our panelists. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Professor Yassine, for this. And it's thank you for your questions and for your attention. We have a lot of work to do. We have a long road ahead of us, but it's very exciting. And I think that the idea of like creative confidence, I think we have a lot of confidence in the room that we can find our way forward through learning pathways or through co-creation. We have a lot of tools in our toolkit, so I think we're going to get through this. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the break, right, Ken? It's a break?
Thank you.
No break, sorry.
Dan is with us, and also Srini is just about to give a keynote speech. So if it is okay for you, we would like to do a block class. Just we can continue. Is it okay? How you feel? Okay? Yeah? Sure? Okay. So thank you so much with your insightful, inspiring speech. And now, Srini is just preparing his presentation and speech. In that time, I would like to also tell you about tomorrow's program. Tomorrow, we will have a private sessions, workshops with these brilliant guests from all over the world, design thinking masters. This event will take place at SQ. We are starting SQ Innovation Center tomorrow morning. There will be held on like 5 to 6 workshops. And then after lunch, we are going to Safari. There are 3 routes. One is just going for a Bornova route, going Origin, FS Innovation Center, and Yeşilova Ancient area. And the second route is Kemeraltı, going to Agora, Contact Learning Center, and also Tarkem. And the third route will be in Alsancak, which Daraj Art Platform, Bon Vivant co-working area, and also to the commercial center, commercial chamber, Ticaret Odası. Then we are going to meet with all team at Clock Tower, in İzmir Clock Tower. We take a picture. Then we are going to do a ferry tour in the Gulf, like 2 hours. We are going to chat a little bit about the potential of the innovation in İzmir. Then we are going to have a closing party in SQ Innovation Center with pizza and some beers. Tomorrow is planned quite full. That's why I was just managing this stuff during that sessions. But now I would like to hand over to Sirini right now. And Sirini will take a speech like in a half hour. Then Donald Norman will be with us. Dan also with us, actually. He's just listening to all the speeches. But he's going to not give a speech. He's going to answer your questions. If you have some questions during the day, please feel free to add Miro board from the links that you have sent already. Stick some notes. Also, he can reach out these stickers and see your questions there. That maybe is a kind of a starting point for his answering session. Sirini? Yes. You're there. Are you ready? So, please give a hand to Sirini.
On? Okay, this one is on. So when Jan, first of all, thank you for Uli and also for Jan for inviting me to be part of this wonderful conference. It's indeed my first time here, and we've been talking about it for a few weeks before we said okay. When Jan said, like, we want to do something about the policy for the cities, which also falls right in the way of, my current work, which I've been doing. So without much further ado, let me start back. So a little bit of brief background. So people always ask me, where are you from? So I always start by saying that I'm born in India, but now I'm an American citizen, but living in Shanghai. So that's Indo-American Chinese to all of you out here. And currently, I'm also the CEO of Don Norman Design Awards, which position I took earlier this year. And I'm one of the founding board members of DNDA, which we started in 2023. And in addition to that, I'm a practicing industrial designer where I had my own company for several years and designed maybe, this one is not working, so I can be. So I've been really, fortunate to have my design practice, and we actually designed over 600 products in the last 15, 16 years of my time. So after designing products for big brands, some of them were, put on by my previous keynote speaker, dear Sean. So we have designed as a design studio in the medical as well as computer, communication devices and home appliances, blah, blah. So then I moved to becoming more of a educator as well as started working with cities because I got attracted after my stint at the World Design Organization where I rose to become the president. So that gave me an opportunity to open my mind from just designing yet another rice cooker or a teapot So I opened my eyes to becoming much more in terms of how do we solve the problems that are relating to the humanity. And therefore, I also was instrumental in starting the WDO Foundation, which was doing things which are more at a city level. So we have a famous program called the World Design Capital, where WDO works with the city to see how the citizens of that city can benefit. So this program started in 2008, and the current, the next year, 2026, it will be Frankfurt, Rheinland, and 2028 it will be Busan in South Korea. So I also, if you are in the design business and if you are, you know, a little bit known, it's not possible to be without being invited to be several keynote speaks as well as for different juries, because they need people with a lot of experience who have built physical products. Till today, the physical products are important, AI or no AI, but still we do need to design products. I guess you guys can hear me? Okay, cool. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Don Norman Design Award and what we do and why we have the organization, which is a non-profit organization. So Don Norman Design Award was started in 2023 as what we call it. US always have this fancy of, you know, the numbers, you know, as I-94, I-6, I-9, all those kind of numbers. So we are actually a 501c3 non-profit organization, which means if you are taking a checkbook and writing an amount to Don Norman Design Award, then you will get the tax benefit. That's a simple part of it. So of course, we are open to receiving checks from you. So we promote the global adaptation of humanity-centered design. So Don, who was also the father of the UX, considered to be, as well as he's been teaching for 60 years. Don doesn't need any introduction. So Don, of course, you're listening to this. So he also changed in the last few years from the traditional HCD approach to humanity-centered approach, which is simply, in addition to the principles of HCD, you also have to design with the people and not just for the people. So that's what he added, and that's what we are promoting as an organization. We take this to the globe and expand as much as we can in the scenario. So we hold annual conferences, and the last conference was held in San Diego in November, and this conference will be held in this year, again, November in Singapore. These are the original founding members. We're still there. All of us are still there. Don was quite instrumental in getting us to this start. And this is our small team. They're part-timers working from San Diego. All of them are based in California, except me. I'm currently based in Shanghai, as I said. And summit is our, so why do we do this summit? So one of the things that we want to do is to bring forth the idea of humanity-centered design and reward people who are doing excellent work for their society. The society could be anywhere in the world. It could be in Africa or in Sri Lanka, India, wherever. So I think that's what we have been doing successfully. And we have a very, very tough process in terms of, you know, judging who gets to win the award from Don Norman Design Award. So that's what we did last year. This year, the prizes will be announced. The winners will be announced within the next few days. Please watch out dnda.design. You will get to see them. We are already done with the judging, so hopefully in the next few days we will be releasing it. And then we also, one of the important things that we want to project here is we want to work with different networks. So like for example, GDTA is there. We had a call with Uli and his team a few weeks back. We also had a call with Sean and the Design for Good, and with the other similar organizations like DDX and others, because what we believe is goal number 17 of SDG, so which is partnership. So we cannot do things by ourselves. No matter how big or a small organization you are, how rich or poor you are, we need to be collaborating with people. So that's what we believe in, and we are seeking out partnership. And we are the youngest of all the organizations that we have been talking to. We are only 2 years old. And then we are looking for partnerships where we combine together and promote our key goal, which is the humanity-centered design-related principles, and also rewarding people who are doing excellent work in the societal scenarios wherever they are living in. And this is our next, this year, November 18 to 21, 19 to 21 is there, but 18th is the one-day workshop. If anybody is able to come, please, you're welcome to join the DNDA second conference in Singapore. It is being currently hosted by Singapore Polytechnic, who is a member of GDTA, and we are co-hosting with them in November. So if you are able to join on the 18th, there will be a workshop where Don will conduct a workshop, explain what is the difference between HCD and what we call as HCD+. Okay, now we'll move on to the main topic. I know different people have said this in different ways. Sean had mentioned in a very beautiful slide earlier this morning, and this is nothing but, similar challenges, but I feel every opportunity we get, we must talk about it. Because we come to the conference, we look at this slide, and we just forget about it. So that's not what we should do. We should keep on remembering so that every little action that we are doing, we should be able to relate to these problems and see what we can do to alleviate that problem. So that's what I'm trying to do here. We all know that, it's going to be, people are going to move to urban areas. Nobody wants to live in villages no more. And then we are also having aging population because the couples do not want to have kids no more. They want to have only cats, dogs, parrots, other animals as pets, because controlling them is a lot easier than controlling human beings. So we are all the old school people. We are, older than 30 years. Anybody who is younger than 30, 35 years, raise your hands, please. There you go. So you are the problem because the population is not growing. So please make sure that, you contribute to the world's population by producing some kids. So that's the mandate which we need to have. Otherwise, we're going to have more problems. So, and then the fertility rates are dropping, and of course, climate change, I don't have to say, everybody knows. And then the migration is also happening, of course, with some new changes with our dear President Trump. Things are going to be changing a little bit differently. Okay. So now, what are the urban challenges? People all know urban challenges. We still go to the big cities because we want to live in the big cities. We want to entertain ourselves, and we want to mingle with the crowd. So these are the problems. As you can see, I'm not going to go into every one of them. So this is the problem that we have. Congestions, again, Sean put a much bigger picture than this, but it included all of those things that I'm mentioning out here. And then what can be done is a question that urban planners, designers, policymakers, everybody else is looking at without having much deeper solutions. It's not easy solutions. And the current world which we live in is highly dominated by monoculture, which means if you go to the H&M store in Izmir, it's the same H&M store in San Francisco or in Shanghai or in Beijing. So monoculture, everybody wants to follow the same thing. You could even go to the same aisle. You'll find your dress that you wanted to get, or you'll find your trousers that you want to get, because that's the monoculture that we are living in. And we love it. Unfortunately or fortunately, we love it. And then we also have socioeconomic disruption, because global economic systems are there. And internet of fake news. You cannot believe the news that you get on your little handsets, because they're all, most of them are fake news. And world's political systems, I don't have to say more, it's also blocking progress. What we thought we were making progress is kind of getting into the reverse direction now. And finite resources, because there's a problem with water, there's a problem with energy, there's a problem with pollution, there's a problem with traffic jams. So all these are causing innumerable problems. So what are cities trying to do? The cities are trying to change. Truly speaking, 10, 15 years ago, the cities were not really worried. The politicians were not really worried, but not the same case now. They really want to make some difference. They want to work with the designers. They want to work with the policymakers. They want to work with the urban designers or architects to see what can be done. So the design thinking offers a framework for them to get trained so that they can much easily try to solve the key word is trying. It's not going to solve, but it's trying. We're going to try to solve the problem so that we reduce the burden for the policymakers and the city developers. Design thinking is actually offering what I said, and progressive policy directly improves community welfare by utilizing all the resources, and whatever else they have on their disposal, they can use to create better policies for the cities. Since I'm working mostly with the cities nowadays, so I'm able to share some real examples in the next few slides. And also the role of communities. The communities play an important role in policy making. If you do not engage the communities, it's only somebody else, telling you what to do rather than you want to know what you have to do in the city in which you're living. So that's why communities play a very, very important role in creating and helping people to create policies. Now, economic independence is what all of us are seeking. We definitely want that. And everyone in the city, if you are living in a small borough of your city, do not think it is not your problem. It is definitely your problem. So you need to go and talk to people so that you can resolve the problem or help people understand the problem better, because you know your problem than me who's not living with you in that particular part of the city. And focus on the local issues, because local issues are much more important than the global issues. Now, the welfare of local communities directly relating to community-based economy, because if you are living in a small city, take for example, you are living in a small part of Izmir, and the challenges that you have in your location is not something that outside of the city. Even in Istanbul, maybe they cannot solve it for you. So definitely you need to get much more involved in the local communities where you are living. Okay, so here there are some examples I'll give you. When you look at what's deep understanding, so we need to get, as an example, in Detroit, when we are trying to solve the transportation problems, they went to the local communities to ask how they would like to change, rather than just change the route to become one way or do not enter. So that really helped them in understanding, and empathetic research was there where the local citizens were involved in getting that to the next step. And the other one, which is actually participatory workshops. We need to do participatory, where in an example is Barcelona, when they were creating the blocks, they actually worked with the local citizens so that they could build a community in a much better way. And then the participatory workshop, a good example is Finland's housing crisis, when they were trying to solve the homelessness, but not by just providing them houses, but they understood what is the cost, what is the effect of that. They found out that it was more like addiction and also unemployment. Those are more effects of homelessness rather than the cause of the homelessness. So these are practical examples that we have seen. And of course, the last example is in Toronto, where they actually created, the metrics have to be measured. So they created a 12-point metrics that was shown, so that all of them are relating to welfare and the health of the people who are living in the city of Toronto. So all that tells you that unless a community is engaged and involved, the policymakers will not be able to create a successful policy. Now, how do we do this? So we are talking about all these, policies and frameworks. How can we make the policymakers? One of the challenges that designers have is they have no power in terms of, political ability or ability to raise funds to create a city-wide problem. So city-wide problems are in the hands of the politicians, whom we are the ones who are electing them. So unless we create an ambience, unless we create a way that we could participate with them and give them the trust and confidence that we could be trusted, nothing will happen. So that's why it's important for us to be much more engaged than what currently many cities are doing. So one of the ways of doing this is you could make the politicians do some sort of a simulated live-in experience. So we could make them understand the problems much more. So again, that's where the design thinking workshops and educating the government officials, we invite them to either speak or invite them to do some sort of a workshop. During the World Design Organization, we did what we call as an inter-design, where we invited 30, 40 designers from outside of the city and along with the policymakers of the city to give them the understanding of what those challenges are. So once they know the challenges, then they can say, yes, I support, I give a permission to fund whatever they want to do, then the city will get scenarios. And then convert the bureaucratic language into human needs. So a lot of times, politicians, they come out and they just make some statements, but without underlying what really it means to the common person. So it's important for us to have those city hall conversations convert into actionable, workable language which ordinary people can understand, so that they understand what's happening in their city. That's very, very important when you're doing implementation. And then also, we need to have the cross-functional teams, which I said about, inter-design. Do low-cost experiments. We'll come to that in a minute, in a slide. And then do pop-up, just prototyping. Because don't get into a multi-million-dollar project before knowing that it will succeed. A lot of times, many cities try to do something and they have not paid results because they did not understand the real problems that are there in that particular challenge. So that's what implementation framework is recommended. Now, this is something, different times, different people have said, how cities can get involved in creating a policy which is useful for that city. So I have, among many different topics I've learned throughout my life, 5 Ds are very, very important. You have to give the dignity to the people to whom you're going to be looking at. Don't say, you don't need this. Follow what I'm saying. So give them respect, get some trust, and dialogue. Don't just do only yours. Get some dialogue. I want to know what is the problem. This is what I think I can suggest, but no, that's not what you want. So you have to tell me. I need to listen. You are willing to tell, but I'm not willing to listen, then that won't happen. So the third point is data. In today's world, data is absolutely important. Data can give you a lot more insights than what we have without the data. And then diversity. Today, in the world where we are living, people from different cultural background, different religious background, different ethnicities. So we need to get everybody involved because the city, the community involves all of these people, not belonging to one sector, either by economic layers or by religious layers. So we need to have inclusivity. Differently abled people versus normal people. We need to get everybody involved in that. So that's what we talk about design. And finally, design is a binding factor. You take all these 4 factors and use the design to see these are all the constraints. These are all the data we collected. This is what the dialogue we had. How do we construct, using the design thinking methodologies, how do we construct a policy that is equitable and is also useful for the entire citizens of a city? We are talking about city-related policies, right? So now, of course, this is all another method. We do policy hackathons. I've done it in Shanghai as well. And community design fellows, training the local leaders. You train the trainer kind of scenario. Find the, in China, we have these key opinion leaders, right? So we go to them and say, this is what we're trying to do. Bring them into your understanding so that they can be your spokesperson for the government or for the policymaker. So that's an important step which we use very effectively in China these days. And then, of course, digital simulations are always there, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. So now I'm going to talk about the practical scenarios which we have been... The current institution where I work in Shanghai is called Design Innovation Institute in Shanghai. And where, when we started in 2022, so it was more like, teaching people how to overcome the effects of COVID. So it was a post-COVID scenario. How do we evolve ourselves into making things for our day-to-day life? In the process, we also were looking at how do we transform our industries, how do we transform our business models, and how do we create better value for the cities. So that was one of the major factors of our organization, which is a non-profit organization currently working in the district of Hangzhou. So Shanghai has 8 districts and then 8 suburbs. So this is one of the districts. Hangzhou is the district where my company is there, and I also live there in Hangzhou district. And I'm involved because part of the reason is why we work with the city on a daily basis almost, to see what we can do. And this is what they do. They've been actively incorporating design thinking to renew the community-related projects, creating very innovative frameworks. How do they do that? So North Bund is one of the areas within the Hangzhou district, and where They have actually public space prototyping and also digital inclusion labs. We can see as you walk through the North Bund. So in fact, one of the things which we know we did, the North Bund used to be anywhere and everywhere people would be just smoking. So one of the things that we suggested was, can we just make one segment to be a non-smoking area so that people who are not wanting to be part of the third-party smoke inhaling, so they did it. So they listened to the people's feedback. They have constant meetings. And then historic preservation also. So they have co-creative workshop. We do a lot of workshop for the Hanko government people in our institute. So that's why we know that we can do. And then pop-up innovation. So every few weekends, you can see in some of the top areas like in Nanjing Lu, which people would know, very famous Lu. So they go and set up pop-ups to ask opinions, to ask people to participate. And then the 15-minute community is something that most of the people in the world want to do it, but are not able to do it most of the time. So 15-minute communities like, you should be able to go to your work within 15 minutes, you should be able to get back home, or you want to do your shopping, do your entertainment, do a little sporting, all of it should be possible within 15 minutes. But that is a goal, but we are still not there, but we are analyzing that to see how do we create a 15-minute city there. And also, participatory budgeting. So they ask, even though China is again, very well-oiled government machinery is there, but they still take public opinion in terms of how do we want to spend the money that we are collecting as taxes. Taxes is one of those important revenue for the cities, for the districts. They compete. If my company is moved from Hanko to Shuhui, then there is a challenge because the revenue will be lost from Hanko district and it will go to Shuhui. So there is always some participatory budgeting and saying, what do we do? How do we create more ideas for our particular district is a big thing. And climate adoption, Shanghai is very, they organize with the big companies like Sean, you mentioned the bigger corporations are there involved in creating climate awareness, and there are meetings, much to contrary to the belief that outside of China people have. They do believe in climate related issues, and they discuss a lot. Every district has a goal. They have the KPIs that need to follow, which is including the climate change. And then, of course, age-friendly district development. We have seniors are given a lot of respect. Seniors are given preferred treatments. So those are some of the ways that Hanko is trying to get there. And then each of the sub-district office has a design-related people, and they work with other design, city designers, urban designers, and work with companies like us to see what we can do. And then they also have budget allocated for quick prototyping. If they want to implement a new policy, then you can get up to 50,000 RMB for you to create some prototype and then find the results and then go back to the city and say, this is the prototype that we did and this is the measure of the results that we have got. So therefore, it can become a law in the coming weeks or coming months. And then we, of course, use WeChat is an excellent application. I don't know how many of you have WeChat here, other than my Chinese friends. So WeChat is a super app. And now, of course, others are trying to follow. You can use the WeChat for anything and everything. To get a survey is a lot easier. So that's one of the biggest, design tools that the city or the government is using to get feedback from people. As we sit here, you can quickly WeChat and everybody can understand. And WeChat also allows you to translate, so you don't need to know the language. You can really translate the language into English or whatever language you know. So it's much easier for us to operate using that one single app to get feedback. That's very important. Why it is important? You can get the feedback instantly, and people in the government are monitoring it so that they can get the feedback of anything new that they are doing. It's a fast prototype. You can get a feedback, quickly change it. Tomorrow, the one that you did yesterday will disappear because they figured out that's not working. Okay, this is another project I'm going to talk about, which I was personally involved. One of the professors, Professor Shin from Tongji University, he invited me to go to this desert in the Inner Mongolia. Inner Mongolia is still part of China. And so Inner Mongolia has nothing but, it's an extension of Gobi Desert, which is part of Mongolia. So there, for the last 15 years, few professors joined together, and they are trying to change. The reason I put this here is, this is how the cities change their policies. This is how they make their place more livable. So they, in an absolute desert like this, nothing but sand, they've been planting trees for the last 15 years. They invite volunteers, they raise money, they raise awareness, and it's not a government-funded program. It's a private enterprise. They're making sure that they want to make the desert, because these are all sand dunes. The sand dunes are like this. Next week you go, they kind of get flattened. Again, it may become a bump over there. So one of the things that we were very fortunate and very happy to be there. Me and my wife were invited there, and we went there. And then this is something, 100 square kilometers. It's not a small area. 100 square kilometers they took. They got this government land to give to them in the promise that they will make that an oasis. So that's not an easy task. And they took over the control. And there are no roads, there are no transportation. So you got to go in the buggy or go in a camel or just walk. So that's what we need to do. And then community comes through, and they created self-reliance, in terms of their ability to live. So this is something that we did. It was a one-day's effort. We walked about 10 kilometers in the sand, 35 volunteers, and they paid people to go to Inner Mongolia, and then they put us up in tents, and then we went there. So this is Professor Shin, who's just showing his thumbs, from Tongji University. And this was something that we planted in that 4-hour window, about 250 to 260 trees. So over a period of time, when you go past that, you say, this is how the sand was, but now it has got a lot of trees which are like, taller than me. So they've gone about 7-8 feet tall. And it has changed the demography of that area and also provided employment. So they also created, in the hard bed of a sand, they created a factory that can create mushroom. Of course, mushrooms are a very important part of Chinese food culture. Anything and everything that you eat will have some form of mushroom. There are more than 100 varieties of mushrooms. Some of my Chinese friends will know that. So they grow this mushroom by getting a culture from a different part of China. 2 of them came here, and this is how they are doing. They actually use those trees which are growing in the desert. After they cut them, they make one of those little pods. They put this little mushroom seeds, no seeds, but there's a small thing, and they grow the mushroom, and they created a factory. So all this is done with the local resources, with the local people, so that they have employment, they have the revenue coming from mushrooms being exported to other parts of China, and they really created. And then, of course, they have a little community. It's a very small community, probably 300, 400 people are living, but they took it upon themselves. All the professors are not from Inner Mongolia. This was just their mission, their passion, that they wanted to do something differently to create, and then they worked with the city, with the local municipal government, and they wanted to create this into an oasis. So that's how the policies can change. I wanted to demonstrate here that it's a real example. It's not like a theoretical one where we say, oh, we can do this, but we have done it, and they are doing it, and then they are having good fun as well while living in Inner Mongolia. Of course, we got to spend only 3 days, and hopefully, we'll go back again. Again, this is what I'm borrowing from last week. I was in World Design Congress where the famous Norman Foster, the world famous architect, was presenting how cities have to be built, how cities have to be becoming more resilient. So this is what, as I said, the 15-minute city. He presented this as Paris being one of the cities which is, dreaming, and some parts of Paris could be attributed to a 15-minute city. So that's what, this is all in French. I don't speak French. I just borrowed this slide from Norman Foster's presentation. Very impressive presentation that I listened to. And design-driven Finland. So I've been I've been knowing Finland from 2012 when they became the World Design Capital back in 2012. So it was a fantastic program. At that time, they had World Design Capital program is a city celebrates design 365 days. my dear friend Richard is here, so who got the subsequent 2014 in Cape Town. So 365 days a city is celebrating design, and the World Design Capital Helsinki 2012 showed to the other cities how design can change lives of people in their city. So this is one of those programs that they did. After the World Design Capital, a lot of things changed. In fact, one of the things that happened during the World Design Capital, we also came up with the idea of Chief Design Officer for a city. And the benefit of that passed on to Cape Town, and my dear Richard became the Chief Design Officer of Cape Town during the World Design Capital in 2014. So it's a very strategic tool they use this for that. And they have a policy where they rotate. The Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Economic Affairs, and the industry, they all come together, and each one of them present what ideas can be there for this. Of course, people tell me, oh, Helsinki is a small city and Finland is a small city, but these are examples where we can take what we can and adopt in your small borough, in a small city, in a small village. Then slowly it will snowball, and snowball effect will be there for a bigger city also. So that's why, I'm showing here. And then they actually work with all the sectors. We all talk about, the government, industry, and academia working together. But Finland, the Design Finland, is something that they really showed in their policies. And they evolve. No policy can change all of the problems for the city ever. So they evolved with their first policy in 2000, and then they came with the second policy in 2003 to 2007, and the third policy is currently being there. It's like your multi-year planning, so they know that we cannot do everything in 1 year. So it's a multi-layered planning that they do, and cities are adopting that by constantly changing. Because what you plan today may not happen tomorrow, because some interjecting technologies can come. Like now AI has come and disrupted everything. Whatever you planned in your 5-year plan, 2022 have changed, because 2024, 23 we saw the advent of AI, different forms of AI come into mess up with the planning that we have done. So it's important for us to understand any plan that we do is only a plan, and that can change, and we should allow that to happen while we are evolving ourselves into making ourselves for the future. Again, this is another slide I borrowed from Norman Foster. So he also said, I have a similar slide after this. So he also said, these are, in his opinion, these are the cities that are best livable cities by his own yardstick in terms of, people's ability to move around, people's ability to transport, without much traffic congestion, housing problems are less, and maybe the societal problems are less. So this is what the slide that he said, where you can see, of course, I hope you can read, Vienna, Osaka, Zurich, Calgary, Vancouver, Copenhagen, Frankfurt, Melbourne, and Geneva. So in my example, this is what I've known, because I've been working with the WDO on many, many fronts, and these are some of the cities across the globe. Different continents have different kind of focuses. These are the cities. Now we'll see what their focuses are. Europe typically is focused on climate, urban lifestyle, and environment. They're really worried about the environment and the climate because they are directly getting affected by the moving glaciers, or the heat is increasing, the lands are getting lost to sea, so on and so forth. Northern America is mostly inequality, because people are suffering from discrimination because of the color of your skin, or because of your income level, or because of your other religious biases, and all those things are happening. So they want to revitalize the community in such a way that everybody is equitable. The equity for society is something that we are mostly worried about. And Latin America is slum upgrades. Unfortunately, they have a lot of slums, and people in a very below poverty line, they're suffering. So they want to upgrade the slums, and then social urbanism, right? They want to make them also come to urban because people want to do. And technology is lacking, so they want to get to know more about technology. Asia, aging population. Because of the migration, and people do not want to, or maybe they don't produce enough kids, so population is really, Japan is a good example where people are, aging population is there. There are more robots helping the elderly population in the world in Japan than anywhere else in the world. And slum upgrades is another problem in some parts of Asia, especially in India, Bangladesh, other countries we have slums. And tech and empathy is missing. And China is livability, social services, and urban planning. So these are the focus areas across different continents. In conclusion, design thinking helps cities across the globe in transforming dense districts by creating policies that are hyper-local and yet systematically scalable, historically conscious, while future-oriented and engages the local community for better acceptance, thus creating a better world. Thank you very much.
Good so time. Yeah, it's on time, and it's 5 o'clock, and Don is coming. How you wanna do that?
Yes.
Do you wanna continue with Don?
Yeah, we can ask. Maybe you can switch to Don and see if.
And also Shen, I just want to invite you to the stage as well, if it's okay for you.
If you have any questions, you can write to me or catch me during the few hours that we have going to be here tomorrow. We can talk.
D.Conference, Don. And now we can see you on the stage, on the screen.
We can't.
Yes, I cannot hear you.
Also, there are giants. I think you cannot see. Can you just sorry for that. They are on the stage as well.
Hello, Don.
Hey, Don. Hi.
Good to see you.
It's very interesting, speaking of empathy. It's very nice that I'm allowed to do this from my home in California, but I'm allowed to see the audience. I have not seen a single speaker, and I've been here for 2 hours now, I think. So you have to walk up and look at me.
Yeah, maybe. I think they can see you very well because we have 2 screens. So you are on both the screens, so they can see you clearly.
Yes, but I need to see you as well, so.
Well, we can move the screen to make you see.
Well, you have to move the camera to be able to take a picture of you, that's all.
How about now?
Well, I can see the audience. I'm trying to say, what about Sean and Srini?
Oh, Sean and Srini, we can you see me now?
Yes, but then, but now your back is to the audience. Isn't that weird?
Now we can see us.
Come on, designers. There must be a better
We are the black and white guys. Hey, Mark. I know, so he just met. Okay, have you guys asked questions? Because Don doesn't speak, he only answers questions. Didn't you know that? Maybe pass the mic, please, so that she can. There are questions already?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
We have already some questions in the Miro board. Now, my friends are going to share it with you. Then I'm just going to send it to you, the microphone with you. There are several questions, as you can see. How can designers ensure that AI systems remain truly human-centered, not just in usability, but in ethics, empathy, and societal impact within the framework of design thinking? And also just a little bit zoom out, that also we can see the others.
Okay, but I just want one question at a time, thank you.
Right.
So, look, designers, stop complaining about AI. Why aren't you designing it? If you think that AI is something that, oh, it's difficult to use and doesn't understand this, that, and the other, get yourself jobs in the AI business. because they desperately need people who understand people. AI up to now primarily has been designed by technicians, by technical people who understand engineering, but do not understand people. And so, first of all, there was no thought about where the information came from. So, oh, these are machines, so there's no biases. Nonsense. We trained them with biased information. Ethics, what is that? Engineers don't think about ethics. Actually, designers don't either, by the way. You know, most professional societies have an ethical requirement, an ethical bylaws, basically, and design doesn't. One of the few societies that says nothing about ethics. Yet ethics is really important. How many design schools teach ethics? Now, to my opinion, and I can get to this later, I think that the whole educational system is screwed up and we have to change it. And don't just think about how we add design thinking to a course or to a curriculum, because that's not the answer. But ethics is too important to be in a course. Ethics has to be integrated through all that you learn when you're being educated, so that you just automatically think of ethical issues. Now, once again, the people who did the AIs didn't do that. So we need more designers working in that field, helping them to design for people, to make that AI is a collaborative tool, because AI is very powerful. I heard in the earlier discussion that some of the students are concerned, how can I ever do anything because AI is smarter than me because it knows everything. It's read everything. It knows all the information. And I am saying, yeah, isn't that wonderful? That means that you don't have to go buried in your head in the journals and the books trying to figure out the answer to some problem. You just ask. And now you can use it in your own creative ways to do work better than you ever could do before. And when you ask, let me tell you a very important rule that most of you don't realize about how you talk to an AI assistant. Talk to them as if they are a new person you just hired, who's very smart and very eager, but rather naive. So when you ask them to do something, don't give them a sentence. Give them a story. I just did a very effective prompt myself because I wanted to run a conference for my family, and trying to figure out where in the country it should be and what places could hold the number of people we had. I gave it a 500-word description of what I'm looking for, what the background was, who all the people were, what their food requirements were. And then I finished by saying, oh, and before you start, ask me any questions that you have that would help you. And the system came back and asked me about 6 or 7 questions. And then when I answered those, it came back and gave me a list of things about how it's going to start, and then asked me more. Tell me which of these areas I should focus on. Now, this is the type of AI experience that most of you have not experienced, I suspect, because you have to understand that the new systems, they're different every month. The new systems remember, so that you can refer back. In fact, I did this a week ago, and yesterday I went back and I said, remember that discussion I had with you about organizing a family conference? Could you add a Silomar Conference Center in Monterey, California, to the list of places you suggested? And it came back and said, oh yes, I'll add that. That's a really excellent place. And it gave me a summary of a Silomar, and then it repeated the list of places that it recommended, but this time it had a Silomar on the list. Now, that's the kind of collaboration that's possible, but it has to be designed by people who understand people. And fortunately, I use lost the name of the company, Claude. Claude is my AI assistant. And actually, the reason I use Claude over the others is that it's one of the very few very ethical AI systems.
Thank you, Don. So we're going to make it a little more interactive. So I'm going to have one of the audiences ask a question, and then after you answer, we'll go back to the questions on the Miro board. So please state your name.
Let me warn you, by the way. You
Yes.
saw that I give a long answer to a question. I give long answers to questions, which means by the end of the session, I will have really given many small speeches, which are usually cohesive. So next question.
Yes, Don, thank you. Please
Hi,
state your
Don.
name. Yeah.
This is Tuğba Çetintürk from Turkey. I'm an engineer-based R&D and innovation consultant, and I'm also delivering some trainings.
Question.
I will. Okay. Every innovation, design thinking provides innovation and some solutions, human-centered solutions. But every innovation brings some new problems to the table. What do you offer, or what do you suggest about facing these kind of new problems? Because it will need also some new solutions and new innovations. But what do you suggest about that? How do you manage the new problems of old solutions?
That's a good question, but it's a fact of life. When we're dealing with very complex problems, you mentioned immigration, for example, that's very difficult. And when we say we should do co-design and collaborative design with the people, participatory design with the people we're designing for, that's incredibly difficult, because when you say, I have an immigration camp, the people there have very many different backgrounds, very many different kinds of problems, and it is difficult to find unity in what they're asking for. So my recommendation is always, do not do a big solution. You should work with the people, find a group that you can work with. It probably has to be a smaller group, because then you can work with them every single day. And you find some little problem that you can attack. And so it's an iterative approach. As you do small iterative steps, that makes you much more flexible than trying to solve the whole problem at once. You can do one little step and then see how it works. If it works well, you can do more. And if it doesn't work well, it's just a small step, so it's easy to modify. And this way, you're continually tracking the problems that come up as they come up, because there will be unexpected problems. There's one thing we know about unexpected issues. We know that they will happen, and that when they happen, they will not be expected. So that way, by doing small steps, don't do a big solution all at once, because it's bound to be wrong. But once you start the big solution, it's very difficult to change. So do it in repeated small steps. Now, in computer science, this is a method of programming called agile programming. And so this is a deviation from agile programming applied to humanity-centered design. And it's actually described in some detail in my latest book, Design for a Better World.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
But does that answer your question? That's what I care about.
Yes, I got the answer, actually. We have to leave the perfection. We don't have to be perfect while we are finding some solutions, because if we try to do that, we can skip many good solutions or some part of it. So I understand step by step, we have to go on finding solutions. That's why I understand.
There is no perfect solution. What's important is that whatever we do makes things better. And by doing many, many steps, it gets better and better and better.
Yes, thank you very much.
But I need, that's why I wanted to have you stay, because this is a discussion, not just me answering. I want to know back, did I do a good job? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean, would you read the second question from the Miro board, please?
Hey, Don, it's Sean. So just coming off the Miro board here, there's a question here about, many argue that today's design is overly driven by consumerism. How can we reframe design as a tool for meaning, dignity, and human well-being?
I love these questions. Questions. First of all, it is true that the issue is not, in my opinion, consumerism. It's worse. Design today is often done by companies who are primarily interested in profit. And profit comes before everything else. And that, I think, is where the flaw is. I think it's the economic system that is followed throughout the world, in which profit dominates as opposed to quality of work, quality of life, and effectiveness. Now, let me talk a little bit about that. That most of the work that is being done by designers is done within companies, for companies. And I think that will always continue. And there's nothing the matter with that. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that work fits people and improves people's lives. While we do that, a company has to make money. If it doesn't make money, it goes out of business. So if you have a wonderful company that's losing money, then it doesn't do anybody any good when it goes out of business. So let's not ignore the fact that looking for profit is important, but it doesn't have to be an obscene profit. But it has to be enough to keep the company going, to pay for things, and to be able to maybe go into slightly new areas, etc. Now, here's a problem that I always talk about. If you work for a company and you feel that actually the products are not taking into account people's real needs, and that moreover, they're not following the plus part of HCD+, humanity-centered design. Srini described it earlier, in which he said that it means designing with people and not for them. Well, that's not completely true. There's more to it than that. If you're designing for a community, that's a very important thing, that you work with the community, and Srini gave some excellent examples of how that's done. The ideas come from the community. But if you're working for a company and you're making something that's going to be used by millions of people all around the world, you can't design it with them. You have to design for them. But there's more that you can do, namely the plus is adding collaborative design, but also human-centered design doesn't talk about how we destroy the environment, to mine the materials to make those wonderful, the materials that we use to make, nice, slim, light, attractive products. We have to worry about the damage we do to the environment. We have to worry for digital products, how they are addicting people and destroying cultures. We have to worry about the energy that's being used. People who do digital products say, oh, well, we don't have to worry about the product harming the country. Yes, you do, because all digital material has to be displayed on physical products. And so that we have to take a look at that. But you can't go to your company and say, we are doing things wrong and destroying the environment and harming people's lives. Companies do not want you to come and tell them what they're doing wrong. And it's not because executives don't want to know. A good executive has to know what they're doing wrong, but they want you to tell them what the answer is. Now, you cannot tell them the answer is a circular economy where products last longer, they're easier to repair, easier to continue, and we use the parts over and over and over again, so we don't have to mine and get new material. And the person might say that's a very good idea, but it will destroy our company because we make our money selling products. And now you're telling us, no, the product's going to last a long time. So you have to have a different answer. And so it's really important, if you want to convince a company, that you think like the company. We train you when you learn about design thinking that you have to learn about the customer, the people you're designing for. But most of you don't recognize the fact that one of the people you're designing for is the company that you work for. And that means you have to learn to speak to them in their language, which is finance, because money matters. You can't do something if the company can't afford it, or if it means they will no longer stay in business. And Sean, you know that. You were the chief design officer of Philips, and you probably spent a lot of time not on the product so much as on the spreadsheets. And it's necessary because it's very important to enable the good work that can be done. So that's enough of my answer. I'm saying I want you to think about exactly the issues you raised in the question, but in order to be able to act on them, you have to actually change the way that you do your design, and you have to learn about business and marketing and supply chain and all of that other stuff that you don't normally care about because I'm a designer, I want to just make things. No, if you really want to get them out in the world, you have to worry about that.
Maybe Don, just to build on what you were talking about there, Don came and spent a couple of days with me at Philips Design a few years ago and was fantastic to have his perspective on the way we were working. But one of the things we were doing, I talked about this earlier today, was trying to transform the way healthcare is delivered. So moving from just designing a machine to really looking at care pathways. All sounded fantastic. We did all these kind of patient maps and patient experience journeys. But what about the nurses? What about the doctors? And, oh yeah, we need multi-stakeholder mapping. But you know what? We still couldn't get it over the line. And the thing we were missing was we hadn't empathized with the chief financial officer and the head of operations of the hospital. And it was only when we included them in the multi-stakeholder mapping that we were able to really implement the solutions and drive meaningful and impactful change for the patients. So it's really important that you look at it through the lens of the business. Otherwise, your solution will just gather dust on the shelf, as I talked about a lot already. But okay, we have another question from the floor here. Don?
Hello, Don Norman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my question is about AI ethics. Today we know the AI agents we use are just more prettier, fancier versions of the pattern matching system we had since the 80s, if I'm not wrong. But it already lies and fabricates information, distorts it, and makes up answers. So how can we ever trust it? Like, how do we know if it's going to be transparent and honest to us when, before we actually give it a body and, maybe use it in law enforcement? How am I to know that I'm not going to get discriminated by a robot? Because it takes all this information from Reddit and other untrustable sources from the internet, and it lies to us already. It's not even self-conscious yet.
That's the problem that's very important. That I'm an advisor to a group called Artificiality that holds an annual conference where we bring in biologists, philosophers, engineers to talk about this. It's not your typical AI conference because it takes into account all of these issues and, in fact, new advances in biology, which also are very important in understanding this new kind of intelligence that we have created. Now, part of what you say is correct, but part of it I think is temporary because, yes, all this stuff was trained on absolutely the wrong material. And therefore, that's what it's learned, and therefore it biases, all of its answers are biased. And we have to therefore completely change the way we train these systems. And as I said earlier, why aren't more designers involved in making those decisions and helping train and helping design these systems? You may not understand the mathematics, which is pretty advanced actually, the mathematics of how the neural networks are assembled, but you do understand the way it is being trained and the way it is being deployed and the way that we might actually put in safety controls on it. And there's a number of companies. So again, my Claude is made by Anthropic, who is worried very much about exactly these issues and putting in controls. It's actually Anthropic that did the major study that you are referring to. You may not realize it, but the major study where they had the AI working with a company, except it was an artificial company which they could control. And the AI was reading all the emails that went back and forth among the executives. And one of the emails said that this AI system is very old. We're going to have to turn it off and develop a new one. And so what happened is one of the other letters sort of indicated that one of the executives was having an affair with one of his employees. And so the AI, first of all, copied itself and put itself on another machine so that if it was turned off, it would still live on the other machine. And when the people, when it was accused of that, it said, no, I didn't do that. It's impossible for me to do that. And then it said, it threatened blackmail. It said, if you kill me, I will release the information that that one of your executives is having an affair. Well, but the problem is, this is like people. Now, an AI is artificial. Don't forget the A is artificial. But it's learned by reading all the stuff that's ever been published and written and available. And so it knows how people behave, and it's behaving the same way people do. So can you trust it? Well, can you trust all of your employees? Not necessarily. And so I think we do have to worry about how we use these systems. It's a probabilistic system. We cannot predict what it's going to say. It is also an emergent system. It has emergence in it. No one programmed it to tell lies. Nobody programmed it how to do extensive problem solving. It is learning by itself. It is divided, it's invented sort of little networks and cores in their own private networks, which allows it to be so very effective. It is incredibly creative. People say it can't be creative. It's a parrot. It simply repeats back the things that it's learned. Well, that's what you do. That's what I do. I mean, when I write a book, what am I doing? I'm spitting out stuff that I've learned from other sources or from my own experience, and I put it together. What's different about my books is not the information in the books. Most of it is known already. Almost all creativity is taking stuff that's already known and putting it together in a novel way. And that's where my creativity is. It's how I put it together in a novel way. And that's where the power of AI is. Don't let the AI run the things, but let it give you these wonderful ideas that you then put together in a novel way. I believe that AI should be a very important tool for designers in improving our creativity. And by the way, taking away a lot of the dull stuff that we really hate doing. If you're doing a drawing and you have to spend an hour doing the shading and doing all the details, now let the machine do that. But I'm the one who thinks about what we're trying to accomplish. So yeah, don't trust it, but use it.
Thank you,
All
Don.
right, thank you for taking the time.
Sean is going to ask the next question from the Miro board.
Yeah,
Sean?
another one from the Miro board, Don. So this is around one of your favorite topics, educating the next generation of designers. So if humanity is to become the core of future design, what fundamental changes should happen in how we educate designers?
But let me just get rid of the last word. What fundamental changes should we make in education? There was an earlier session was all about education and about students who are all worried and so on. And yet it was all done by people who are teaching design classes, and they're simply trying to teach the design classes somewhat differently and have maybe more interaction with the students. All that's a good thing. But I think the real problem is it's like the answer that you gave about your experience at Philips, where you had made these wonderful designs, but you couldn't get anybody in the company to agree to do it until you brought in the financial officer and marketing officer and other people. Why are we teaching design just to designers? So one of the things that students really want to know is what are they going to do in the world and how can they make a difference? And one of the things we're going to have to learn in the world is, hey, in the university, you have to do it all by yourself. You're not allowed to ask other people for help. And we grade you. In the real world, that's not how it works. In the real world, if I don't know the answer to a problem, I'm supposed to ask somebody and say, help, I don't know the answer. My boss says, I don't understand this new AI stuff. Would you write a short paper or something so I could understand it? Has to be short, but making it understandable. And you say, I don't know enough. You should ask your friends and copy what they've done. And I'm trying to say that in school, you should be allowed to work with other people. Copy what other people have done. Now that's called cheating. So I'm in favor of cheating. I want people to go out and ask did you write a paper on this topic last year? Can I see it? Can I take this paragraph or that paragraph? In school, it's cheating, and therefore you have to lie. You have to say, oh, it was mine. I want you to do this deliberately, but give credit. When you borrow from somebody else, say, this came from Mary. This part came from Peter. This part came from Hans. And that's what an author does. In my books, they're all old ideas by other people, which I think makes the books superior because it isn't just me and my crazy ideas. These are ideas that many other people have had that adds to the value of the book. And I'm always very careful to say where the ideas come from and give credit to the people whose ideas. What matters is, has I put together something that's useful? Now, we need to teach that in education. And we also need to teach that you've got to learn to work with other people. One of the best examples of a course that I've experienced as I go around the world and I go to listen to student presentations, I was visiting my friend at MIT, the mechanical engineering department, which is where design was situated in those days. And they said, oh, by the way, we're doing the final presentations of the design course we teach. You want to come tomorrow with us? And so, sure. And so we drove from Cambridge, Massachusetts, a state in the United States, to Rhode Island, a different state, a 2 or 3 hour drive, where they were working with RISD, the Rhode Island School of Design. And what they did was every single project had to have designers from RISD, people in business from MIT, and people in engineering design from MIT. So you had the designers from RISD, you had the engineers from MIT, and you had the business people from the MIT Sloan School of Business. And the result was wonderful. Now, the professors told me it was one of the hardest courses they ever taught, because the first half of the course was everybody was saying, those other fields are stupid, they don't know what they're doing. The business people thought they ought to be in charge. The engineers thought the business people were irrelevant, and it was engineers that was more important. And the designers didn't know what to make of the whole mess. They just wanted to be left alone to do their work. But when they finally learned that each of these fields had a major contribution to work to do, and that each of those three was absolutely essential, the end results were spectacular. So this was one of the few places where I've heard undergraduates produce proposals at the end that, as far as I was concerned, were ready to be a company, ready to be a real product, because they learned how to work together. And that's what I really want to do in engineering education is too important to be left, design education is too important to be left to the design. It should be throughout the whole university, because we have to make use of all of the university. STEM education, I'm against STEM. Now, STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, I am highly trained in STEM, technology, engineering, mathematics. I have 2 degrees in electrical engineering. But you know what? STEM doesn't talk about people. Yeah, people say we should make it STEAM. No. It has to be more than that. It isn't enough to add the arts. We have to add all of the humanities. We have to add all of the courses in the university, because we live in this complex world where everything is related. And you just can't do your work in isolation, because it won't make any difference. Nobody would make it. Nobody would do it. So you have to understand finance. You have to understand business. You have to understand, as I said, supply chain. You have to understand the environment. You have to understand living things and what they take to live. And you have to understand, above all, people and societies. And that's hard, because people in different societies believe in very different things.
Thank you.
That's what we...
Thank you, Don. So we're going to have one last question from the participants here. And then I'm going to invite Uli to come on the stage and have some questions for you. Thank you again. Please go ahead, state your name and the question.
Yeah, my name is Shui Ling from Communication University of China. And just as you mentioned that our university is trying to save us with design thinking, we have set up an institution called AIDT Lab. But actually, my question is a lot related to that. We have talked a lot about the future trends. My question is about, I'm curious about why you set up the Don Lorman Design Award, and who can join it, and how can we get involved? Yeah.
You simply have to go to Shanghai and talk to Srini. But, well, many people have said, oh, my friends have said, oh, we would love to have an award in your name, Don. And they wanted to say, we give an award to some famous person who's done really good work, and this will be a really important award, etc. And I resisted this for a long time. I resisted calling it by my name. But I also said, you know, when you're famous and you get an award, what difference does it make? Now, actually, it's kind of funny, because I just was given an award, or I'm about to be given an award. The Design Council in Hong Kong is giving me a Lifetime Achievement Award, and on December 3rd. And
congratulations, Don. Everybody's clapping for you.
Thank you. But it's actually the 3rd Lifetime Achievement Award I got.
But you have only one life.
Well, the first one was 25 years ago, so you see, I did have a second life, and I'm only 89 years old, so maybe I have a third life coming. It's nice. It's very nice to receive this award, but it will not change what I'm doing. And if you ask to see when is it you really want to reward somebody, it's when they're just starting out. So I finally agreed that we would do something, and we called it the Don Norman Award. And it's because I want to take people who are just starting, young practitioners, early career practitioners. They can be very old, but they may be for the first time doing something for societal benefit. And so it has to be something for, as this pin indicates, these are the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It has to be for one of those, probably most of the 16 Sustainable Development Goals. Design for Good, I think, is now on goal number 4, which is education. It has to be one of those, and they have to be early in their career. This is only the second or third thing they've ever done for society. They may have other experience. And then I also wanted to reward the educational groups who trained them, because that's critical. And today we've now realized that we also want to reward corporations and companies and organizations that are also doing this wonderful work. But for education and organizations, all you have to do is pass our criteria, because it's not a contest. We would love to reward everybody. But for the early career people, it's a contest. But unique, here's something that's unique. We don't select a winner. I hate it when I'm a jury and we have to select one winner out of the 4 or 5 really fantastically good results. So we say, okay, if there are 2 or 3 that are equally good, we're going to give it the first prize to all of them. And we also give a second prize. And again, it's for people who are almost perfect, but not yet. And we have jurors now. We have 29 jurors from 18 countries. It's a very international, and it's the work that it's doing is amazing. But there's a problem with this work, and my friend Sanjay Purohit, who's in Bangalore, India, has pointed this out. He runs a foundation called the Center for Exponential Change. He says, you know, if I'm in India and I really help 1 million people, so what? 1 million people out of 1 billion is in the round-off error. And if you're helping 1,000 or 2,000 people, well, that's very nice, but we can't change the world that way. We have to scale. Now, the United Nations knows that. That's why this number 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals is we must band together. And so I have the dandelion model of what we are trying to do. Dandelions have lots of seeds. It's a weed and lots of seeds. And the wind comes and blows the seeds all over. And one dandelion has hundreds or thousands of seeds. So let's suppose each dandelion produces 10 new dandelions. So you end up with 1, and then 10, and then 100, and then 1,000, and 10,000, 100,000, million. That's how you scale without becoming a great big monolith bureaucracy. And that's why we're talking to Design for Good, to the Global Design Thinking Alliance, to other organizations to say, maybe we could band together. Each of you do your same thing that you're doing, but let's share our knowledge and share our results. And occasionally we'll go together to band, to solve a major problem. So
that's
I have been making design thinking and the version, because design thinking is a critically important part of what I call humanity-centered design all across the world. So there's your answer.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liu. So thank you again, Don, for answering patiently all the questions, and all of you, hopefully, some of the questions were not answered. So I will see that, Don replies in an email or something, okay? So now I would like to invite Uli to the stage to talk to Don a few minutes. If you have any questions or comments, please come up. Uli. Thank you, Sean. So we can stay? Okay, we can.
Yeah, you can stay.
Okay.
Hi, Uli. Good to see you.
Here.
Yeah, actually, our dream came through, and you are here on stage, and it's actually a great way of communicating with you. We had excellent keynotes today, and Sean, Srini, we had great conversations already about the award, and started thinking about what can we do together with the Global Design Thinking Alliance and Don Norman Award. Actually, you know, you're talking about this kind of lifetime award. I was thinking that that is a good opportunity today, you know, to think of a GDTA lifetime award, but in a different way. And I would love to start that kind of brainstorming process together with you and Srini. How could that look like a real thing? I love actually how you look at education. I think we had several occasions to talk about that the education system we are in right now is failing completely. And we have to do something about that. And this is why I'm happy that we are here at Yaşar University, which is open-minded. It is great. It is a great place. I'm meeting a lot of very good people here. And so thank you very much. And I think it's a big applause. Please, a big applause to Don Norman. We are really happy to have him as a speaker here tonight. And
thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward also to be a part of the Don Norman Award in Singapore in November. I think it's in November.
Yes, November 19 to 21st.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
And maybe you invite all of us here to be in Singapore and to support you with your activities. So now we are at the end of the day, is that right? Yeah? The closing words. Closing words. Maybe you switch to the slides. Leave Don here in a large. Is that possible?
No, you all show slides. I can't see them.
I'm not sure.
No, I cannot see the slides.
Yeah, they're switching. Don, just give a second, please.
Yeah.
Couldn't see your slides either, Srini.
No. Not that one. All right. Go to which one?
I can live with no slide. Screen sharing. There we go.
Now
okay.
You can see, yeah.
Yes.
But the presentation at the end, the last 4 or 5 slides, which I didn't show. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. So. Yeah. And I need some. Do I get the pointer, clicker?
Really?
Here. Okay, thank you. So we had an excellent day. I'm really blown away by all the presentations, by the panel sessions. Part of it I had to miss, unfortunately, but I'm so happy with all the things you're putting together, Chan and your team, and I would love to give, at the end, to get a big applause, but I would love to let you know our 2026 venue will be in India at SNS Institution with Nalin. You have all experienced, you have all seen him. He was giving us the chance, he will give us a chance on September 29 to 30 to be at his place in Coimbatore. The year after, the plan is to go to China. There's Shui Lin Lin here. We go to your place, and either Beijing or Hainan, we have to find out what is the right opportunity. And there's 2028, and so that is a call to the GDTA members and to all of you, what would be a great place, a great location. And I'm looking forward to that. Joining GDTA For those of you who are first time here, you are representing a training institution and a university, just get in touch with us. You know about our impact. I think you have seen what the GDTA, what the Global Design Thinking can achieve, Alliance can achieve. I just want to say a big thank you. Thank you to Chan, thank you to the team, thank you to the university, to all the people who are doing this. Thanks you to the speakers, to the panelists. You did an incredible job.
All together with Don and all Srini, Sean, and also all GDTM members, and also the team of us and you with contributions or excitements. Actually, I raised a hand. I just mentioned yesterday, last year at the D.Conference in Berlin, Uli just asked who is going to be next. I just raised my hand. But I didn't know that how it's going to be like that. It's going to be ended like that. That's why I'm really hopeful and I'm really thankful today, but I'm not released yet. I'm not relieved yet because we have tomorrow. We have workshops, we have safari, but for now, I'm really satisfied about the speech and the intellectual discussions and influential stuff that we have. And it's really raised awareness of this community as well. So valuable contributions from your side. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have a little surprise. Little surprise to relax a little bit. I was taking some notes during the day, and I was feeding it into ChatGPT, and I was asking ChatGPT to make a nice song out of that. And now let's, I hope it works. Can you play the song? Yeah?
It's coming from there.
It's coming from there?
From somewhere. It's
okay.
coming from somewhere.
So I hope it works.
Yeah, GDTA Global Family, let's go. Design thinking for good, with design meets humanity. From Izmir to the world, we shape reality. 42 schools, 5 continents strong. At Yaşar University, we all belong. Ken Gubernir, the master of the stage. With his lovely team, we're turning a page. From Turkey with love, connections ignite. Design thinking spirit, shining so bright. Maria from Kazakhstan, Hoda from the Nile. Matt from the USA, Jacob bringing style. Naling from India, Richard from SA. Uli from Germany, together we slay. Design thinking for good, with design meets humanity. From Izmir to the world, we shape reality. Annual Decon Festival 2025. Global inspiration, keeping dreams alive. Three panels deep, we explore the way. Transformation, complexity, learning on display. 2 keynotes rise, wisdom in the air. Sean Carney, Srini, knowledge to share. Q&A time, Don Norman on the mic. Designing for humanity, future feels right. From Turkey to the globe, voices unite. GDTA forever, shining so bright. Darbuka on the beat, Saz in the flow. Izmir, Turkey, we let the love grow. Design thinking for good, that's the creed. Global family together, planting the seed.
Don, I hope you enjoyed the songs. It was an excellent attempt by Uli to ask ChatGPT to create a song where all of us were there. So again, thank you very much for taking the time. And I know that you have to go to the next conference. All the very best. We'll catch up with you when I get back to Shanghai. Thank you once again.
Thanks a lot, Don.
Let's give a big hand
Thanks
to Don,
all
please.
Of you.
Thank you. Nice surprise. So, I think we just came up to the end of the panels and keynotes. You need to digest a little bit what we talk, what we listen today. That's why we just want to help you to digest what we talked today. There will be a cocktail at outside with a little bit wine and some appetizers from the Pınar products. Have fun for 2 hours. The last 2 hours to connect with these people around. I hope you enjoy the day. Feel satisfied you are leaving here. Thank you.